favor of the chair, you will vote no. Roll call, Madam Clerk. No.
Yes. Burns? Yes.
Issue of being out of order and a warning for using the floor to interpret motions and abusing the state floor. Proceed, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Madam Chair, calling a point of order is not an abuse. When you get legal opinions and they cite Robert's rules, and I don't understand it, and I don't know what the majority of the council do, but even after I spoke, the city attorney said if a motion conflicts with the main motion, it don't conflict. If you put a motion on the floor for an agenda change and it's the person only one, it don't conflict with voting immediately in sequence. That's the first one. You vote on it first. Y'all hung up on a motion to vote immediately in sequence, and y'all hopping on sequence, and you're wrong. And so when the attorney is speaking, to say point of order or request for information, one time ain't no abuse of using no privilege motion. You doing the same thing you got removed from chair last week. The other did one point of order, 5 minutes in the meeting. You just gave me a warning to throw me out of the meeting. That's ludicrous. I'll be voting yes, that I wasn't out of order. Trying to get clarification on a legal opinion. You are abusive and wrong. And I don't know what your intent is, but we come in here every meeting and you issuing out warnings like you're passing out Halloween candy, and you're throwing elected officials out of their seat and attempting to, and you've been bagged by 4 or 5 council people. And I'm knowing that this council is that dumb. If this council is that dumb to believe that you can warn somebody for doing a request for information or point of order to you or the city attorney, they better show hope that you remain the chair. Because in 30 years of council meetings, I've never seen a chair try to throw elected officials out 5 and 10 minutes into the meeting for proper conversation. So the majority of folks can continue to vote the way they want. Even in this one, you give me a warning, you throw me out. That don't make it right. Folks are sitting up here condoning wrong. You are outrageous at this point.
Anyone else like to speak on the remaining people? Mr. Piper?
Yeah, I think that, the request for the motion, whether or not that was, legitimate or not, that's according to the attorney's discretion, but giving a point of order for clarification on the rules, especially when the attorney is speaking, I don't know how that's out of order. I mean, that's request for point of orders for the rule violation, and he was asking for clarity on the rules. So I don't, if we're gonna rule it, that's out of order. You can't even ask for the rule, for clarity on the rule. I don't know which road we're at. I'm voting against it.
Anyone else like to speak on this appeal?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Ricardo?
I'll be voting against the chair's ruling because, first of all, we just started. My definition of abuse would be to do something, abusing the rules to do something continuously. Warning. But you're going to give him a warning for through you to the city attorney. I don't get it. But see, you're starting already. Already. We're adults up here. We're not in a first grade classroom. And I'm not going to sit up here. I'm an elected official. I'm not going to sit up here and allow you to treat myself and my other colleagues like we're not you. That's what you're doing. Already giving him a warning. We hadn't even been in the meeting, 2 minutes? But this is typical of you. This is what you do. I'll be voting against the chair. Thank you.
Anyone else on school to speak?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Brown?
I would hope that last meeting would become enlightened when we had to vote to move as chair. What happened when we removed you was we were able to get the business done that we weren't able to get done the prior meetings that you were chairing. So you're using your position as chair in a form of retaliation. It's a very vindictive move. Abuse has to occur over a period of time.
Ms. Morgan?
I'm going to use the rule that applies to speaking to a member's motives.
Can you warn her, please, because that's a improper point, because I'm speaking to what happened last week. Warn her.
Proceed.
She needs to be warned. So are you going to warn her for improperly taking the floor? I don't think she was here, so she wouldn't even know what happened. So when we talk about how you're chairing, and this is a part of what this is about. You have to be removed so we can do the business. That is a fact. That's a fact. Abusing a rule would happen over an amount of time. We just got started. It's very proper to ask the attorney, as Councilman Piper said, for clarity, to refer to the city attorney, for clarity from a person who has a legal degree. You shoot out these warnings in an effort to get rid of him, to get rid of me, to get rid of Councilwoman Wendy Carter. You do it. You do it all the time. I have no problem with you like me. I don't like you. But it's very, I'm going to do my job. You still have to move fair. I told you last week, take a step back. You took a 15-minute break. You came back and did the same thing. And you're doing it again. You don't possess the skill set to chair fairly. And when our meetings get bogged down, it's because you're chairing. Once you're removed, we finish all 18 items that have been on that agenda that we haven't been able to take care of. You have been chair, it'll be a year in November. And by now, you should know the rules are there to, as a guideline, not to be sticker, but the chair is going to say, you know what? I'm going to allow for some leniency to keep the flow of the meeting, keep every council member in, and to be fair, whether I like them or not. You aren't doing that. He can't abuse the rule. The meeting just got started. He had a question. The attorney was to have a conversation with Councilman Piper. That's the time. It's not abusing when you're asking. A request for information is a quick inquiry. He gave a quick inquiry. Look it up. Look the definition up. He didn't go into a long monologue. A quick inquiry. A request for information. That's what he did. If you don't understand it, look it up. I don't want to travel back down this road again with you because I'm sick of it. You waste my time. Y'all talk about time. You make these appeals, get into this, because how do you chair these meetings? And in your words, I tell us, do better.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Anyone else like to speak to this meeting? All right, so seeing none, just want to clarify the chair's decision. The issue was that Mr. Mays illegally took the floor away from Mr. Piper instead of asking the questions during different times. So therefore, that makes that point of order improper.
Request for
And-
information.
What is the question?
Why did you warn Councilwoman Worthing, and she did the same to me.
That did not happen. So, that being said, we have to be clear. We're talking about the abuse of privilege motion. We're talking about, abusing request for sanction and abusing request for points of order. That's what we're referring to. And underneath this appeal, the chair gave Mr. Mays a warning. That was not the first point of order, but Mr. Mays' point of order was improper. And you cannot take away the floor using improper points of order. That's why the chair issued the first warning. So with that being said, if you would like to vote against the chair, vote yes. If you would like to vote to uphold the ruling of the chair, vote no. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Ricardo?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle? Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? No. Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Six yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. The ruling of the chair has been overturned. All right. And we are on to all right, so we are, back to the request for payment for the Anyone okay? All right, so seeing none, we will go in sequence for the item, having a discussion about your press conference with Pastor Martin and Pastor Hare, and it will be placed at the end of the resolution. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Ricardo?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle? Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
No.
4 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no. So that agenda change failed. Now it's time to move on to public speaking. Any public speaking?
Yes, there's a public speaker lady. My name is R.L. Nixon. Live at 759 East Linden Avenue. In Ward, 3rd Ward, right on the boundary line of Ward 1 and 3. But, to you, Madam Chair, to, Ms. Priestley, that statement you made the other day about you was trying to help Ward 1, this man left his fight and cut the water off. He just like that marriage. And I said, it was just like me. Because I was in Ward 1 when I was introduced to a young lady on Laredo Street at a house at 210 or 310. And I was put inside. The woman on the house, she was in the bedroom, never came out. But you know, talking so much, she said, listen, you got to take your company when you go home. It's about 10 o'clock. But I said, what's wrong with her? She said, my husband just died from sickle cell. And I believe that's the topic today. Because we got to give people sickle cell blood. But she said, if you want to help me, I ended up marrying a girl, but I was on her for 2 days. So she had packed her clothes and put them in the garage. And from that day to this one, and I just got hired truck assembly and truck in. I know now I know about sickle cell because he said, how you gonna marry my cousin when you ain't never had get a check? So I went and got a check. make sure I was right to get married. And she gave me the house from the radio. I ain't never had this. But he took Margaret from Boo, Arkansas, and finally got up here and died. So sickle cell must be a bad too. And about for the woman in the world, talking about give every woman a million dollars for Michigan, wants to pass that tonight too. But if the people won't speak up, I'm speaking for the people. And the people said Murphy or Peabody situation. But he tried to mess up the situation by something lying on won't get nobody no lying on lines for $500 to fix their own roof on Milton Street. But he went in the office there and he said, big fellow was in office then, what's that big fellow name? Antioch. On that bench down where the people across the street moved in down there, moved their furniture in. He quit the bank and tell him, run the council, and he messed up, and then Murphy got to take over. But they still going to be all the stuff from St. John, everybody over there, when I was living over there at Escalating, he's every one of them, anybody go over there. And I seen the ice man walking down the street and all that stuff, and the coals from here, and all. I'm looking at the camera, looking at it. But we missed on people in the over there.
Thank you, Mr.
I mean, she's not there.
Tiff Ward. I've got the word that the he has frozen. You have audio, so he has frozen. All right. Go ahead.
My name is Pastor Accusations, Pastor St. John Church in the Second Ward, and I'm also the president of the Concerned Pastor for Social Action. I heard the press conference mentioned, would ask you to go and listen to the entire press conference so we know where I stand. I came here today after talking to several council persons to give a word of encouragement. I'm not here today to do this. I'm here to do this. I'm sure you would agree with me, something needs to change in the operation of these city council meetings. I want to first thank all of you for accepting the challenge of serving in the city. I know it's not easy. But in spite of some difficult, emotional, and even hostile city council meetings we have witnessed, in spite of the opinions of some that they won't improve, that's what people tell me. It's not going to get better. But I stand here optimistically and say that I believe that we can remain optimistic and we can do better than what we've been doing. Let me say it again. We all must remain optimistic for the greater good. It is my prayer, I'm passionate, I don't apologize for that. It is my prayer that we all, everybody in the group, including myself, will perform a deep personal evaluation of our, watch this, words, motives, actions, and deeds. And be willing to acknowledge any wrong. Let me say that again. And be willing to acknowledge any wrong. I don't care what your name is, I don't care where you're from. If you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're wrong. And then take the necessary steps to correct our actions and be reconciled to anyone we have offended. Let me translate that. If you offended someone, please take the steps to be reconciled with them. Admit you were wrong and move forward in unity. I believe this can take place if we focus on the one thing that we all have in common, and that is we all want the best for the city of Flint. And concerned pastors and social action are willing to be a part of this transformation. Is there anything we can do? Please let us know. We'll be happy to do it. Again, I want to say thank you for accepting the awesome challenge of serving our city. May God bless you and our city. Amen. Amen.
You want to tell this speaker, please?
I just want to speak. I think right now, when I see in each slide, they'll justice for the people of Flint. And it is our work here so the people will lose. The people of Flint will be screwed when with the ARPA funds. Flint was given more than bigger cities in the state because of poverty here. Tonight, the people out the bad, but the people are being screwed, fights and sweet. I went to a council meeting on Thursday. One of the council persons brought up a bad fight they had on Monday for public speaking time. Then another fight ensued, and the lady that started it come down looking at the roads. I feel the residents are ignored, and council arguing is more important than the residents. Moreover, there has been another blow up, and these actions are no accident at all. I believe these tactics are being used deliberately to get people's minds out of the fact that their money has gone into 501(c)s and special interests. And they are going, and our taxes are going to go up because actually we're going to have a tax capture. And people don't even know what a tax capture means. But some mean to raise taxes on already struggling people. Time and time again, we have given tax abatements to companies that don't even stay here long enough till the tax abatements ends. Look at Diplomat Pharmacy, tax-free for 15 years. Hagerman, who lives in Benton, who started the company. This company was appraised at $435 million and sold at $50 million. I find it appalling that the poor pay the taxes and millionaires don't have to pay them. All right. I would like to know why the city used our blight money to tear down buildings downtown that weren't even condemned, to build apartments that are privately owned by the rich. I want to know why an apartment complex in Carriagetown was given a 50-year tax abatement. I want to know why people are stupid enough to give Ashley tax captures and 80% tax breaks, when this company on their wall says they will help people that don't want to pay taxes use their buildings. What are the people gaining from having them here? In my mind, this council is not helping the residents with their decisions,
Thank you, Ms. Bethany.
but they are feeding the rich and special interests.
Thank you, Ms. Bethany.
Good evening, everybody. My name is David Darius, and I'm calling on behalf of, you guys gave all this money to the land bank, for blight, and to me, they haven't done anything. I mean, they might have tore down about 5 or 6 houses, but the land on the north end is terrible. They don't cut the grass right. I called the mayor had someone had him go over there, cut the grass. They cut the city side, the front, and 2 inches, probably 2 feet off their property. The rest of it is just grown all up. You got rats, you got possums, you got coons. Yesterday I seen a skunk, all in there. And you guys gave them all this money to take care of life. I talked to Mr. Quincy, and Quincy told me what I already knew, that what they're gonna cut, just that little part there. And that's wrong, to give them all of that money and not do anything. Okay? Now, I wanna thank Mr. Mays because I talked to him about it too, but I wanna thank him for enlightening me on the water bill. You guys talking about this other money here, now they left the water bill on. Nothing else been said, but I talked to him about it, and he told me what's going on, and they was on there, they're trying to get it worked out. So with that, I wanna thank him for that. And, that one more thing here, university over there, you know, they building those nice apartments over there. You know, which is nice, okay? But CHS is moving from that area. So what about the people that goes over there and get their shots? And, you know, people have mental problems and all of that. They moving that place way out there, I believe, off of Bristol Road. Then, how are those people supposed to get over there to that? What Kevin is doing, helping them move so they don't want those people walking around that area. And I don't know who's the councilman over there, but I believe they should check into it and see what they're gonna do about that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Greg. Please, Pastor. Please everyone silence your cell phones. Please silence your cell phone. According to council rules, all cell phones are supposed to be silent in council chambers during the council meeting. Continue meeting as well. Thank you. Proceed.
Hi, my name is Raphael Reed, 3437 East Hampton Drive in Lake, Michigan. I come before the council, I agree with you, I am the pastor of Mount Carmel Church in Flint, Michigan. And I am the executive director of the James and Kennedy Family Life Center. I try to stay out of council and public business on purpose, but recently, my church, my center, and my name has been dragged down to council. So I want to just be here for clarity on today, and especially when you consider the resolutions and the ARPA funding that our company or our organization asks for. I want to start with the allegation that any member of this council called me or threatened me to do anything in my organization. That is false. I want to say it again. The deal has never called me. No one has ever called me threatening me. I am not for or against any council member. My council member, Eric Bass, I love him. I'm not here to put him out either. What I'm saying and suggesting to you guys is that it's fraudulent. Someone said that our organization illegally put Beverly Biggs out of our Kennedy Center on threats and allegations of what had happened. That is extremely false as well. Extremely false. I want to make sure that that goes on record. I want to make sure that I have not been intimidated. No one has done anything to our organization. Our center has stood for economic development in this city for over 40 years. We've housed several programs, as far as the YMCA, Safe Places. We've also had entrepreneurial opportunities and everything else within our city limits. That's what we believe in: economic development, education, safe place for children. And we're trying to add that entrepreneurial component to our discussion. So we don't really get into political jargon. It was alleged that something was happening in my Kennedy Center that I did not know anything about. Petitions went out to get rid of one of our council members. I did not agree with that, nor did I authorize that. So in hearing about that, it is our decision to have to terminate a relationship that has nothing to do with anybody from here or anywhere else threatening our organization. That is just something that we don't believe in and we don't stand for. And that was my statements today. I want to let Councilman Mays know I apologize maybe for ignorance. I did not agree with you on my resolution, but it's definitely not because I'm trying to do anything to put you out or do anything with that. That is not my plan. I wanted to stand so that the truth could prevail. Amen.
All right.
Thank you, Pastor Reed. Anyone else would like to speak?
My name is Carmela Powell. This is my hometown. I live in Detroit. And I've been in some of y'all meetings, some of y'all been watching. Miguel Lewis, Quincy Murphy, our characteristics which are and even perfect. I have my teenager kids and grown kids and grandkids watching videos of y'all. You guys pick on certain people, but you look there, you watch the main ones that you want to kick out this meeting. But when people worthy do something out of control, you never warn her. I can pull up every video that you've been doing. And then you say you care about Flint. How? When I watch your video saying, if you didn't vote for nobody, you junkie. If you drink water, you junkie. I let my grandkids and my kids see that. That is very ignorant. So we know you're not for us. So if you need to be removed, you should just go and resign on your own. And then you put out senior citizens that in your ward that needed your help, and you had a police officer remove her. That's wrong. You don't care about Flint, even Worthy. You don't either. All you do is type on your thing when people talk. Then when they say the wrong thing, you want to address it. And you don't never interrupt her and give her no warning, but you always want to pick on Mass. And Jerry, who I went to school with her, Tiny Burns, you always picking on them. And then this new lady, she just with the click. She really don't know what she's doing. She looked out either texting each other because you heard y'all whisper, you whisper to him, and you tell the council members that they're not supposed to talk when they speaking. You always make a conversation with Mr. Murphy. You whispering, you talking, you interfering. And that was the rules that you said. And then even Worthy, you let her get away with everything. You act like you don't see nothing, like you interfere with the stuff in the crowd. You didn't say nothing to her. You need to be equal up in here. Y'all not going to be equal and care about Flint. Then y'all get the hell out of Flint. Go back where the hell you came from. For real, because I'm tired of y'all. Y'all is ignorant. The kids behind us is coming behind us. And we don't show them how to do nothing in this Flint. They watching you. You can roll your eyes up, but that's all you do. Every time we in these meetings and we watch you roll your damn eyes up because somebody telling you the truth, you took the money. You took the money. Y'all should be accountable because if it was anybody else, him, Tanya, or any of them had took that money, you guys would have made an issue out of and would have took them to court. They need to arrest y'all. Y'all need to be in an orange jersey. Be worthy. She lies so much. You got moved from Harry school for a reason. I know that too. You keep on your eyes up, baby girl, because you can't threaten me. I ain't scared of you. So I'm letting you know. All you do is roll your eyes when people are talking. You ignorant as hell. And you said on your video, if you drink water from Flint, you junkie. It's all over. You need to remove yourself automatically. And be fair. You wrong as hell. You always picking on him.
Thank you. Any other public speakers?
Threaten me like you threaten everybody else. You'll get yours.
Mr. Next speaker, please.
Let me start by saying 1968 plays we should overcome. 2023, we still saying we should overcome. Let me say this, in church, we don't tell you how to preach. Out here on the streets is totally different. Once you get out of here, you leave that robe and everything else behind. When Dale cussed Pastor Thompson out, it wasn't a press conference. He would call Tanya and Jerry Ghetto. It wasn't a press conference. Shalira, I can't call her name. Everybody in that press conference with Liddell is sad. Y'all sad. Just like Ridgeway White told me that 3 of the pastors that was on the call that went against the school board because the school board was trying to kick mine out for not taking the schools. Ridgeway White told me that all 5 of them was on his payroll. I call y'all political prostitutes. And I will say it in your face. And I don't give a damn. I done held Mr. Pfeiffer, Councilman Pfeiffer, accountable. I have a jackass a week ago. If I see him doing wrong, I gave it to him. What happened the other day, Councilwoman Lewis took advantage of the opportunity along with Christopher Martin took advantage because of the simple fact that 5 votes was gone because of our performance. The other pastor that just came up here, someone said that you put him out because Liddell Lewis said that. But Liddell Lewis said that. Even if you put her out because of her passing petitions, it's still her personal thing. If she's not doing it in your church, I don't care. She wasn't signing them in your church. You could have gave her a warning. And still, Liddell Lewis came to you. Liddell Lewis came to you. And then all of a sudden, $50,000 for Pastor Reed pops up. All of a sudden, it pops up. I'm not going to sit up here and be afraid to say anything about the pastor or anybody else. Because once you come from behind that pulpit, you are in the elected or political arena. We can talk about you. I'm not talking about your preaching. I'm talking about your politics. And it's not personal. Thank you.
Can't speak no more. He's done.
I try to attend meetings, and we all know that these meetings get hot. We all know that these meetings sometimes get personal. And I don't understand why so many adult people are here that haven't learned that lesson week after week after week after week after week. There's so many things being said on so many different sides, and I'm not even trying to choose them. I was one of those people that did stand up at the news conference with Liddell Lewis and reason being, and Mrs. Clark, I've never had a chance to hold a lot of conversation with you on this cordial. In 2023, when a European person refers to an African American or person of color as a monkey, it has a racial connotation to it. Like I said, I'm not talking to the intent of what you said, but what is said and what is done now. I don't know if there was any apologies or any personal conversation with you guys after that, but we already have so much racial tension inside this council chambers that we don't need anymore. And just like Mr. Bates wants to stand here in front of where I'm talking in the podium, it's just another show of ignorance inside of this council. So I just want to make it clear that we have to do something to gain control of it. Talking about the same stuff over and over and over every single week, y'all crying about the same stuff. If y'all can't do something to get yourself outside of this public and get it together, maybe all y'all do need to go. Maybe God bless you, Candace, you just got here. But I'm saying that we cannot, as grown people in this community, get over these stupid personal issues. And you cannot be an adult and take somebody to the side, and if you need a referee there between the two of you, get one. I'm tired of hearing every single meeting, 20, 30, an hour or more about complaints about each other. Complaining about each other for whatever reason is not moving the city forward. So I don't know what it's going to take to really, really get it together, not black against white, adult professional people for this city. That's what I want to know. Because I am dissatisfied with my representation, and that's why I'm doing something about it. But you all have got to find some kind of way. I don't care who we have to bring it in, or we need to bring in a legal team to deal with the council, to pull y'all together, get some counselors, get some therapists, get whatever we need to do to stop this nonsense.
All right.
And y'all sick of it, and I'm sick of it too, and so many other people are sick of it. Pointing fingers and bashing each other is never going to get y'all nowhere. And I hope y'all have a good evening. I hope we can keep some decorum. I hope we can keep some professionalism and be adults in this chamber.
Claire McClendon, Flint residents, repeating the presentation that we have done.
Pardon me, please hold, Ms. McClendon.
Please stop my time.
Let that go. Let that go.
So, we will have order in the chamber. If we are having disorder in the chamber, the officer will be called, you will be given a warning, and you may be asked to leave. So let's have the quorum in order in the chamber, so you will not be removed by the officer on your second warning. Thank you. Please proceed, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'm here to ask for the council to make a motion and pass a resolution to designate $16 million additional dollars for home repair and rehabilitation. And this is about the 6th time. And as much as you all argue among yourselves, you find a way to take care of the well-heeled and well-connected corporate people. You got along to give Ashley Capital. You got along to give Community First, 50 years separate. You get along for some things. You do get along. But not for the stuff that matters to us. All right, so for the 6th or 7th time, we want a motion and a resolution to have $16 additional million for rehabilitation and home repair. Early in the process, you all allocated the land bank for tearing down blight, and you played the blight card. You played different hands to protect the well-connected. You played the blight card for land bank. You played the jobs card for Ashley Capital. They played their cards. Where is the people card? And again, we understand, and we don't know all the rules and the ins and outs and things, but you all have found a way to do what you wanted to do, not in our interest. But we understand this, and we say this again. There's only one entity, government entity, that stands between the opera money and the people, and that's you. If we don't get our money, that's your fault as a council. And you can't come back and say, well, I didn't vote for that. That's irrelevant. Get it together and get us our money.
All right. My name is Rick Jones, and Ms. Claire and Eric did make that motion, so they need to just move a little bit. We've been asking y'all a long time, a lot of suggestions, telling y'all. I remember the time when Quincy was acting dumb, like he couldn't. You got a resolution? Oh, the mayor can't. Come on, man. You can do it. Ben told y'all to do it. Excuse been made with Eric. You said this again. I've said this for so many ones I'm tired of saying. But he made a resolution trying to pay $5,000 to every city employee. Some of y'all voted no on that. Most of y'all did. Many different reasons, but at the end, you voted no. Now, 16 million. I'm gonna say it again. You gave land bank, or you want somebody to come in so you can get a land bank 16 million to do some demo. Why you can't do the same to help people stay in and improve their house? Now, Ms. Lewis, you have stated more than one time that you are a part-time councilwoman. We don't need in the second ward a part-time council person with a full-time heart full of hate and hatred.
That's right.
We don't need that.
That's right.
Every citizen from the second ward that come up here, you do not know how to address it. And your Facebook game, stop. You stay off Facebook. I'm telling you that as a friend, you're not winning anything. And I've been screenshotting everything you've been saying about me, even though you got me blocked. So, get it together. The people, now let me tell you something about the petition. 99% of the petition is the residents in the second ward. And 1,000 of them don't want you in that seat.
Come on,
So whatever happened with that other little 1%, you know, the little technical, the things that may keep you in that seat, remember, 1,000 registered voters in the second ward don't want you there. So no matter what happened, no matter what the results is, and let me say something about Ms. Biggs, from what Mr. Accusations said, it's very coincidental. Very coincidental.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Well, I never had anything against you until you got me in the elevator to meet you and Quincy Murphy. And you said to me, you know me. If you knew me, you would have to ask me in my bedroom. Point blank. So after you said all you had to say, your food is nasty, and I told you what I said, you came back with me and you said, you wish you could fuck me. That's one thing about me, I do not lie. Then I know you went to Pastor Reed because of the mere fact Pastor Reed told me to get me and you together to apologize. I don't need your apology. I don't. I pray for you. I don't need your apology. And then he said, they tried to come after me about my taxes. Come on. Why I don't charge taxes on food? Whenever you're ready, come and get me. Because I can take you to my county any time of the day. And like I say, I was going with you to further petition. I went out there. Evil, worthy, she like pancake mix and sausage. It's so easy to get. I got 300 signatures in less than a week and a half. I don't need to buy something. Look on your shoulder, baby, because you got to go too. Y'all have a good day.
I want to know the same thing I've been asking ever since I came down about the flip water. If the attorneys have got some of their money, how much flip residents
Ain't got nothing. Ain't even got an answer.
What do you guys know about water? And when will some of the residents get money? And another thing, going down 475, on the water tower, it say Flint Strong. What is Flint Strong about? I come down and look at all y'all. Y'all can't tell me nothing Flint Strong about. Y'all going among each other over stupid stuff. So what is Flint Strong about? Maybe that's why we ain't getting no water money. You guys don't let it go and concentrate on operating this water under the road. Bell, wake up.
Yeah, my name is Candace Wrangler. I sit on the board for Mount Carmel Baptist Church, Nancy Pretty Candace. A couple of things have been said that I just want to reiterate on. The ARPA funds, was there not an application to apply for the ARPA funds? And was there not a deadline for the ARPA for to be determined? Yes, there was. We met our deadline, so as far as something just popping up and popping in, it doesn't work like that, and it's my understanding. Does it work that way? It don't just pop up, you have to apply for the grant, correct? I think you have to apply for the grant and you have a deadline for it. I don't know what you guys do, but just to reiterate that, and as far as, I don't know what the relationship is with Odell Lewis, Beverly Biggs, and Pastor Reed, I don't believe that Ms. Lewis called Pastor Reed and gave him information. But what Pastor Reed did do was talk to Ms. Beverly about squashing whatever the beef is with you two, if that could have been done. He was trying to be a mediator for that. So I don't know what became of that. But what I will say is being down here in this meeting, how we conduct ourselves as a people of color, and how we sit and talk about people in insults, the insults that comes with it. How can we stand and do that and want some gratification of what's going on, and you're gonna insult me in my personal life? What does that have to do with being on this board and things that's gonna happen for the city of Flint if you sit here and insult me? What are you expecting to happen on either end with the insults? What does that have to, what time are you wasting where people can be doing something productive?
Thank you, that comes to you. Yes, I'm Muhammad in the second ward. A couple things I want to say, but I want to first of all state that I am speaking for myself. It has nothing to do with the representation of what it is in the Nation of Islam. It's stating none of us have permission to give a word in behalf of the Nation of Islam to this effect. So I want you all to know this is me, not the nation. First of all, I like to say, in defense of Councilman Pfeiffer, I didn't take it personally. I didn't think he was speaking to anyone in particular. I thought he was speaking to the situation at hand. At that time, it was talking about the ARPA funds that was being spoken, and he was speaking to that being the situation and the things that was coming up was trying to deflect or take us off of the subject that was at hand, which was the funds that was going to be given to the different 501c3s and the different organizations of some of the council members up there, and how they switched names on there, who was the board members and who was in charge. That's what I took it as, and I think as some of my friends in the audience have also stated, if he had spoke negative about a black woman, Pfeiffer would have been in big trouble with me. I don't care if being a Delaware got problems or we cool. He would have had problems with me. I don't think him to take it offensive for what he did say. I thought he was just speaking to the situation at hand, and it did seem shady. Now, just to prove the hypocrisy, I just spoke to Pastor Reed. I told him this is nothing personal toward him. But when he was speaking out, when Earl Wilson was up there speaking, we never got a warning. He never got a warning. Nothing happened. But you let somebody else speak out, they get warnings. You should be fair across the board. Give warnings to everyone. It don't make a difference if they're your friend, your colleague, or whatever else. Give warnings to everyone. Let's be fair, let's be right about it. Let's talk about the ARPA funds. I have to deal with what Claire Clinton said. She said it. Our homes are not in good repair. We know that the water crisis has tore up so many of the pipes inside of our homes. They're rusting out. The water is still not fixed. I still have to use whole house filtration system. Mine is going to, my filter going to have to be changed. Thank God that my cousin can come over and change it. And when he had to change, before he changed it, my hands break out still in rashes. We talking about 9 years in and I'm still getting rashes? It's embarrassing to go out of town and have somebody ask, have they ever fixed the water yet? Nope, and they ain't gonna fix it. If you start to deal with what we're dealing with here, and money, I'm gonna say it, because I got less than 15 seconds, money that's getting stolen by the current administration and some of the council people. That's it.
I would like to say to Ms. Liddell, when I was listening to Ms. Connie, I was listening to her, and she was telling me about what happened last week, and what she was saying was true, that, you know, you was removed and they got things done. Why not come here today and be home? You know, it says in the More Science Simple America says that the tender heart is turned from its purpose. So if you have a heart then you should be able to listen to your other members and change for the better. Not coming here with the same arrogant attitude, because, I mean, what does it do? And I don't believe a people of color, because God didn't make us. We're all, it's one race, and that's the human race. So the thing is that if they removed you in order to get things done, you don't have to come. But if you do show up with the dignity of getting it done, of that particular position that you have. Because it does take pride in order to get things done. That's something that should be automatic. I wanted to address, I also wanted to do the thing about when she referred to you to give her a warning, you still didn't do it. I mean, it's almost as though you can't be told what to do. And that started with us as children, that we can be told what to do. And so when you ain't told what to do, we would be reprimanded. And you should be reprimanded. The young lady, Ms. Candace, I'm not saying I would disrespect or something, but it's kind of like, to me, it's like you're not really paying attention. Because when the situation was pointed out of her being wrong, you abstained. Why would you abstain in something that was clear? It's clear. And the problem that I see that's going on is the arterial motive that's going on from the very beginning. And it starts at the top with the mayor.
Yeah.
All right. Y'all always gonna have a cloud over this councilman because of the fact that we're not really addressing the things that really need to be addressed. And that's the concerns of the citizens. When those two children died in that fire, we still haven't done anything about it.
That's right.
We have not made the mayor accountable, we have not made the district attorney accountable, and when we made that fire officer who permitted that death, that's negligent homicide.
That sure is.
That woman came down, mother came down here and cried, and I hadn't done nothing about it.
You walked all over.
Good afternoon, Council. Urban Lines, 5th Ward. If he, Ms. Worthy, a lot been said, there's a lot to unpack. But I would like to see moving this council forward. It would be better for us as a church, chair. It never works out. She's rude with the colleagues, she's rude with the audience, she upholds evil workers. She never say anything when evil is giving people fingers, mouthing our senators, cussing, her favorite pastime is cussing art out. She took a picture of me last week and posted it, and then it was a caption, who is this man? I ain't coming lights, 5th Ward.
All right.
Okay? So you want to address the elephant in the room, the monkey, or whatever animal? That's it right there.
To the presiding officer, council. My name is Reverend Freelon Grell Jr., 214 East Alaska, 48505. Long time resident of Flint, graduated from Flint Central in 1960. As I listen here, and I've been down here before, I like to thank all the speakers that have come up and said what they have to say, and it's good to see a diversified audience out here.
That's right.
Instead of just picking on a couple people. The Sunday school lesson this past Sunday was dealing with the accused and the accusers. And they were trying to entrap Jesus. And they brought a woman caught in the act of adultery.
But they didn't bring the man. Jesus, being wise and otherwise, started writing in the dirt. And I'm paraphrasing. And when he got through writing in the dirt, all of those accusers were gone. And the accused was still standing there. And he asked the question, where are they? They all left, from the oldest to the youngest. And it simply closing saying, those of us that haven't sinned, what he really said, that those of you that haven't sinned, cast the first stone. Jews executed people by stoning. Romans crucified. But here we sit, every time we come down here, black and white, we working against each other. But who among you haven't sinned? But he told the accused to go and sin no more. In our charter, somewhere in there, and I got 52 seconds, but real fast, there's an entity in there called the ombudsman. Some of you all refer to the charter to do this and do that. The charter says this and that. But you never say nothing about the ombudsman. That's an entity to have check and balance on the mayor and the council. And even give you the power to subpoena. You all have the power. All of these resolutions that are sitting there unclaimed or unfinished business, it's your fault and our fault to let you do it. So dig in that charter and bring forth the ombudsman. Check and balance. And I'm going to close on this when a pitcher throw a ball, the batter swings, the catcher gets the ball, but who determines if it's a ball or a strike?
My name is A.C. Dumas, and I reside in the second ward. Not by choice, but by whatever they need. Amen. They move us all around. First, I want to address the question about a motion to your city attorney. This is Robert's Rules of Order. It said a motion must be seconded to bring it up for discussion. Seconding a motion does not mean you agree with it. The chair must hear a second or the motion is lost. In other words, whether you agree with the motion or not. If somebody puts a motion on the floor, Mr. Attorney, it has to be seconded. That's it. That's Robert's Rules of Order. Let me go about this. I don't want to forget this. That you have a resolution. I left my glass in the car. Lafayette Automotive. It's like it's 238922. I asked you all to send that back to finance or wherever to make sure it's there. You know the other problem we had. Y'all remember the other problem? Do the same with this. Cause it's some slippery slip folks down here. Mr. Piper, and I'm like, I represent AC Dumas. I'm not here representing NAACP. I represent AC Dumas.
Yes, sir.
Everybody knows me. I've been coming down these chambers longer than anybody in this room. Over 60 years. Any of y'all. And Mr. Piper, if I even thought that you was calling a person of color out of their name, not even an elephant or a monkey, whatever, out of their name.
Yes, sir.
You know who the first one would have stood up?
Yes, sir.
Me. And I would have got my second warning because Liddell Lewis gave me my first warning. So she asked the question, she said, well, where were we at? I said, well, you're there. In the meeting. Mr. Dumas, that's your first warning. I have to respect you. You came up here. She didn't give you a warning. I waited back there trying to help. So I'm in the second ward. And you know, I'm gonna say this. A lot of folk misquote the Bible all the time. And when you misquote the Bible, you lying on God. Because it says if you add to it, or if you take it away, y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all get up there and say, well, the Bible says if you make one step, you'll make two. That ain't in the Bible. Quit misquoting the Bible and lying on God. Thank you.
Any more public comment?
Hello, my name is Mercedes King, I live in the 7th Ward. I've been coming here a long time, and I just want to say, it's ignorance. I've been coming a long time. Mr. Piper, if I thought that you said that in anger or hatred, I would have took you aside and spoke to you about that. Because that's me. I think you know me well enough that I would be in private, not in public, but I would be in private with you. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, there's a lot of things I don't understand. And when I was running for this council seat, I said I had 2 ears and 1 mouth. That meant for me to listen. God meant for me to listen more than I talk. You see, He give you teeth that holds that tongue back. That is your guard, is your teeth. But lo and behold, we are on this council and we want to let the world know who we are and how bad we are, how much power we have. Your power is only for a short time. And you're going to be gone and we will not know who you were. So please remember that whatever you sow, so shall you reap. And we're going to still be sitting here, waiting on the next group to come along, and we're going to look at them, and we're going to try to remember exactly what we put up with you guys. But I'm going to still live in the 7th Ward, because I ain't going to sell my house. I'm going to still come down here. I will still be sitting here when all the people are gone. We shall survive you. We shall survive you. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Deanna Dawson. I'm a longtime Flint resident. And I just wanted to come up tonight. Very seldom do I get an opportunity to come down to City Council, but I have been able to come down over the past couple of months. And I just want to say that if there's an opportunity for a public comment to happen earlier on the agenda, that would truly be appreciated. There's multiple times when the voice of the people are not able to be heard. You all, you go into just preliminary business. It should be very simple and it should only take us a brief amount of time, but oftentimes it takes all of the time. It takes an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, and every time that you all do a point of order or request of information, and rightfully so, you have to do that to get an understanding, but that takes away 3 minutes from the people. And people come down here, mothers come down here, time is taken away from their children, fathers, mothers come down here, it's taken away from their families. People are taking time away from their job, whether they work 2nd shift or 3rd shift. And when council gets up, whether they have to give themselves a break because they're trying to stay woke, or if they need a bathroom break, or if they just get upset, because we've seen it at times where some people got upset and they walked away. But if 2 or 3 people walked away at one time and the quorum was broken, then all those people who have allocated time out of their schedule to take time away from their family, from their children, from work. And when we came down, one time, there were mothers who came with us and they had to make arrangements for transportation, bus passes, and things of that nature. And then guess what? They weren't even able to speak during public comment. But all of council had an opportunity to speak for 3 minutes for everything that you all needed to say. But the voice of the people was not heard. So all I'm asking is that we consider the people in all that we do so that the voice of the people is heard and we can move forward with the business at hand. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lami Urban. I'm with my family. We're here all the way from Pompano Beach, Florida. The main reason we're here, my son's looking at further his education, whether it be here in Flint or in Detroit. So we just wanted to get an outlook on how everything is going. But I have been watching these meetings for years, well, not years, but I've been seeing years of meetings. And I just want to say this. Everybody forget about the longevity. We got to think about the kids, man. The decisions that we make now affect our kids 20 years from now. So we can't think about right now. You're being selfish if you think about right now. Think about the plans that's being made for the kids that grow. Like my son and other kids that want to make something out of themselves in the city of Flint. That's the only way we grow. Once again, this is my wife, Danielle Grant Herbert. This is my son, Jonathan. And it's just nice to see everybody. And just to the council, man, we all adults. I don't get along with everybody at my job, but I got to do my job. I'll be fired. I can't take care of my family. So just keep that in mind, man. Longevity, that's what counts. Thank you.
Thank God for the opportunity to stand for my people. But you know, I hear everybody's talking, everybody's crying, everybody's choice. My name is Chester Coleman. I'm a business owner here in the city of Flint, and I would like our people to understand this world don't belong to us. It belongs to the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. If we can all take our personal business, put it to the side, and do what God calls us to do today, we would get it all. We want to point fingers at everybody else and force point back at ourselves. When are we going to start doing our job? We got the city so tore up, and we can make a change. We only got less than 80,000 members in the city of Flint. We got all the out fund, all this money, because the city talk about the water prices and the money and all that. But we have money here in the city of Flint, but we won't even buy it because we're trying to figure out what we're going to do for this part. Uptown development is beautiful, but the north of the town is go down rapidly from the top to the bottom. And I know the $97 million that we got, and we take each resident, people in the city, $15,000, upgrade their house, neighborhood, whatever. We have a beautiful neighborhood, but we're so far holding ourselves back, think about what we can do for the people, while we argue amongst ourselves. People, y'all sit on this council board, you guys should take your equation and move out the way and figure out a plan together to do something for your city. If you guys can't do it, you guys just need to step down. Because we got young men, young women going to college, high school, graduate, high school, got to develop for this world. And we is crippling ourselves by not making the development part. The water price, they're talking about the money that you guys got hit back, the light money and all that money's been spent. But the money you guys have in the president now, you got 80,000 less than 80,000 less people. 5,362,000 you compared around 15,000 people. All you people in the city of Flint, they can upgrade the neighborhood. Then you guys come back in the neighborhood, clean it up, build the resident homes, bring the residents back in the city of Flint. Right now, we're killing Flint. Everybody moving on the outskirts, but there's nothing here for the people to stand solid foundation. If you guys take off the skeleton on the eyes and see what's in front of you, not behind you, because every damage you did yesterday is already done. What is y'all coming for to do today? Y'all here for your people or against your people? These people come here for a reason. They come here to resolve. They didn't come here on the bid and armor. They come to find out what you have planned for the city of Flint. So far, all I see, you got uptown development coming up. But when I look, you go from Hamden, from 5th Street all the way back, it's all tore down. Instead of doing elimination, I see you getting money over here for this, parking lots getting fixed, buildings getting torn down. What about with the residents of the city of Flint people? You guys give them some value to feel the neighborhood for big people come back. Your mind is not thinking that way. Business is struggling. Y'all talk about water prices. Every time they come up with dirt that I can't use water out of the water, I want to buy water. No one replacing that money back. Because I want 5 cases of water, so I think 50 cases of water that I got to replace.
Thank you, sir.
But next, you guys get your mind together.
Let them be fine.
Good evening. My name is Allison Montgomery Littlejohn. I am a licensed social worker in the city of Flint, advocate for the RX Kids program, Resolution 230281.1. Flint families and residents are often labeled as resilient for their ability to bounce back from adversities. As a former resident of Flint, I can attest to this, specifically from experiencing the unfortunate water crisis. From personal experience, I know that being constantly resilient is mentally, emotionally, physically, and economically draining. Opportunities of relief and ease are always welcome in pressing situations and circumstances, and I wholeheartedly believe that the RX Kids program can bring financial ease to families that are consistently revolving in the cycle of trauma and resilience. Excuse me. As a practicing social worker in Flint, poverty is one of the persistent social determinants of health that families face. For an impoverished family to have this financial opportunity, it can lead to a decrease in stress, depression, and anxiety, which are also social determinants of health. Another positive outcome for Flint families is an elevation of self-esteem because they are now in the position of being financially abundant. This outcome can generate a domino effect that will consequently result in an improved economic status for the community of Flint as a collective. Now, in regards to the statement that was made last week by a councilperson, stating that the RX Kids program is a form of welfare, I totally disagree. This statement is hypocritical, specifically because we reside in a country where the government has gained its wealth off of the oppression of the Native Americans, the enslavement of Africans and Black people and other immigrant groups, and still to this day, gains its wealth off of underdeveloped countries. We need to normalize helping those in poverty to become economically abundant and to maintain their abundance instead of normalizing the rich getting richer or the haves against the have-nots. By supporting the RX Kids program, this will ensure that at least some of the ARPA money will get into the physical hands of Flint residents and families. Thank you.
Any more public speakers? Any more public speakers?
You gotta pay for your view.
Good evening, Council. My name is Paul Perry. I reside at 525 Mason Street. If we always do what we've always done, we'll always get what we've always done. I want to tell you about two of my mentors, actually three. The first two are Ed and Erwin Shapiro. These were one of my early bosses when I was 16, 17, 18 years old. We had a grocery store on 2nd Street. Urban Ed pulled me over one side and they said, Paul, we have a rule here. We're going to back you up 100% out of that counter. Somebody says you didn't give the right change, we're on your side. Rest assured, when we count that register at the end of the night, if you're wrong, and you have to leave. They also told me, they said, you praise people in public. I'm going to repeat it again, because I don't think many people know this. You praise people in public, and you punish them in private. That's the only rule you guys need. That one rule will squash everything. We always do what we've always done. We'll always get what we've always done. Brother Mentor is my mother. And my mother said to me, if what you're about to say is designed to make someone feel bad, or you feel better, keep it to yourself. Two rules. If we always do what we've always done, we'll always get what we've always gotten. In all things purely social, guys. We can be separate as the fingers. But we gotta be one. We gotta be one. We gotta be one. Wow. Like a hand in all things beneficial to our mutual lives.
Yes. Seeing that we don't have any more public speakers, public speaking is, we have no more public speakers, public speaking is now closed. So now we're on to council response. Any council members would like to respond? All right.
Yes. Yes, Madam Chair.
This will be hard.
It's kind of hard to turn these lights on. I was sitting and pushing. First of all, I would like to thank all of the public speakers. Thank you for being engaged in process. Thank you for coming forth with your issues, concerns, opinions. Whatever you have come to us with, please understand that I've taken it all in. Ariel Mitchell, thank you for bringing up the fact that this month, the month of September, is sickle cell, National Sickle Cell Awareness Month. And I want to leave you with one fact. 1 in 13 African Americans carry the sickle cell trait. So I just want to, and I think we have a resolution coming up that talks about sickle cell awareness month. Pastor Harris, you are absolutely correct. Right is right and wrong is wrong. Ms. Bethany Pastor, I would like to sit down and discuss and talk with you about my vote. I voted in favor of the 2 or 3 or 4 housing developments in the 5th Ward, and particularly the one in Carriagetown. Please keep in mind that throughout the U.S., we are in a affordable housing crisis. So it's not just here in Flint, it's all over. So we must be able to provide affordable housing. But I would like to sit down and discuss that with you. Oh, yeah.
Anyone else who like to participate in council response?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Dunn?
Thank you. I want to thank all the residents who came, and it is difficult sometimes to go through our meetings. It's very true. And I hate that we cannot come together as a body. There's some things that we could do better. Absolutely. To all of the pastors, Pastor Harris, I appreciate you reaching out to me and speaking with me today, this afternoon. And Pastor Grell and Pastor Reed, I would like to exchange numbers so you and I can have a personal conversation with each other. Because economic development, we do have, and that's what I care for. We have to have it. But I like to have transparency. Whatever I talk about it here. I don't go back to the meeting. And I do want to speak to you, Candace, in regards to the process. There's not been transparent. We did not know that some of our members had our applications. They had not disclosed them. We also did not know that the deadline was reopened for one, and then it was put for to be determined until last week. And so, we did not know, but the name was taken on, and put it back up. So there's some questions. Also, we had to submit the application so that we know actually who submitted them, when they submitted them. And we had to do that by a vote of 5 to provide transparency. We shouldn't have had to have done that. But it's also said by Councilwoman Priestley that this administration had kept the ad hoc committee or certificate to purchase fee for herself in the dark, and too many things were secretive. So we do have to work through this process together. We want to make sure that everyone gets it and reaches the hands of those that need it. So sometimes people look at what are we fighting for? I'm fighting for money to get to the residents. That is my fight.
Anyone else would like to participate in council response? Amy, this way. Someone just said, but I did want to say thank you to, Pastor Reed. I like what you have to say, and I can tell your heart is genuine. And, I'm glad you came to clarify what was said. So many things yet said, constantly. And there's no need for it. There's no need to sit here on council and blame others for things that happened not on this council. And that's what has taken up the majority of the time, since I've been on this council for 6 years. And it's unfortunate. Many of us are here and we just strictly want to get right to the business. We want to discuss, these policies. And not people. We want to discuss policies and not people. And many times, even when we're discussing policy, we're talking about people. Many in the community are fed up. Many do not come to these meetings, so we're seeing a small percentage of people in the entire city at the meetings. And it's just that they don't want to come because it's so dysfunctional. And I really want to encourage them to come. Because I don't want them to sit there and listen to what I have to listen to. It's hard enough for me to hear the name calling, just the horrible remarks, just to get through business. ARP dollars haven't been spent. It worries me that this council will not get it together to give the people the money that they deserve. That's what I care about, and that's what some of us care about. But then these meetings get hijacked into something else. And it's sad because I'll say it every time, Flint deserves better.
Anyone else like to speak during council response? Anyone else like to speak? All right, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the speakers that spoke. And this is one thing I said, and I said before, and I still continue to say it. You hear people in the audience hackling and making sarcastic comments towards one of our colleagues if they don't agree with something that we say up here. We're the colleagues ourselves beat up on one another, and then the other day I watched a brief podcast with my colleague, and majority of it was talking about another colleague. So I said, how do we move forward using the platform to talk about one another? And I was waiting to hear them talk about policy and how do we move the city forward. We got so much stuff that we need to be doing. And I always say, if we don't be careful, because I had my family came down here one day after some allegations were made about me messing with young boys that wasn't true. And they were highly upset about that. And when people hear you out putting false narratives about that people who they have supported, and anybody who know me know I've been working hard in this community for years. So a lot of times when people, they came down here with, Pastor Harris with shirts on, calling me and Councilwoman Liddell handkerchiefs, head nigger, black people, whatever they call us, and then we have to sit here and watch them. And what I'm saying to this community, that we need to be careful, because that stuff escalates. We got my people that, you know, love and support the work that I've been doing, and you got a whole bunch of people that it don't matter what I do, they still not going to work, that's okay. But I'm gonna make the best decision that I feel I need to make to move this city a step forward, and sometimes it ain't popular with some people.
Anyone else would like to speak in the public response? Mr. Mayor.
I want to say this, I appreciate the fact that you came down here, but I've been around council for over 30 years, been on the council team. When people came to the mic in the past under the council rules, Pastor, we could address them and take care of their business one by one. A council back, this council have never seen us interact properly like we used to could take care of people's business in public comment, because they're working under bogus rules. Even at the beginning, when you seen the discussion item that has been all in press conference voted down, the only way we can discuss Pastor Harris, we can't meet 3 and 4 of us outside of the council meeting and discuss certain things. It has to be done in a meeting that's called. I'm glad that you agree to have dialogue. Pastor, at Mount Carmel, we need a meeting, and we had a meeting to discuss ARPA funds, and folks didn't show up.
Amen. Yep.
We need 2 or 3 more of them to get this money right. I welcome y'all from Pompano Beach, Florida. Friday, I don't buy into people that want to come down here. I don't buy into what this word is said about you don't want them to come. I do want them to come. I don't just want pastors, I want the whole churches to come. And I want to discuss business, and I want this council to make the rules where we can have an even discussion. We get paid well, and I don't care if we have to meet on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. Let's take our time, get rid of these bogus rules, and get the work done.
Anyone else would like to comment during council response? Okay, so saying none, I will go ahead and the last one to speak. Definitely thank everyone for taking their time out to express their concerns. I want to address a few things. One thing that I don't do and I won't do, I won't use my legacy for slander and misinformation. And unfortunately, we have county state on the record that they don't like me. And then, that's doubled down on her show, her whole podcast, she used to talk about me. Not to them getting an award, not to, please hold that. Thank you. Ma'am, that's your first warning.
I don't care about no warning.
That's fine. So that's your first.
I got a first.
Okay. Mr. Metcalf, could you please escort the audience member out?
He didn't present from me.
So, as we
Give her one more chance. Come on, man.
So,
Let's keep this.
as we move forward, this is what I'm saying. Council members and all the members alike, you are encouraged to stay as long as we operate with decorum. Excuse me, Mr. Woodson, that is. As we were saying, it is difficult to speak. The public has their time at the lecture. Now it's council response time. When you speak out loud, and it disrupts the meeting, that is out of order. So, moving on to following the rules that this body have elected. We can't use our seat for slander or disinformation. Unfortunately, when I left the meeting last week, well, this was the last one that we had. Unfortunately, colleagues were stating
Information.
what is your request?
Did you put me and Jerry Griffin Carter didn't pay for shirts?
Let's not use requests for information illegally. Okay, this is what we talk about. Again, this is no interfering.
Where's to get y'all work on She said it on
You didn't say that like that. You should just say, what's your point of order? My point of order is, this is response to public comment. You opened the door talking about other stuff that really wasn't public comment. So that you can stay like
Answer us. Don't even worry about the podcast.
So as I again continue to speak, I was just addressing what was said by colleagues and audience members. But when I have the floor, I continue to get bombarded with requests for information, points of order, which delayed the meeting to make me look like an incompetent chair. We're not going to use our legacy for slander and misinformation. Colleagues said that the Dale Lewis interacted with Pastor Reed to get Miss Beverly removed. Not so. He spoke on it and said, not so. I didn't even know Miss Beverly. First time I met her, she came to the lecture and said she had papers on me. So we're going to go ahead and close public speaking, and we will move on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion on the floor to adopt the consent agenda with any separation?
Madam Chair, make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
All right, is there any support? Supported by Mr. Murphy. Ms. Christie?
Yes, I'd like to separate 230-281.1, 230-328, and 230-329.
Say you want to do what?
All right, any more separation?
They got it on the wrong thing.
All right, seeing that we have done, we will go ahead and vote on the consent agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
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 The vote is 9-0, no. The consent agenda passes. So on to our first separation, resolution 230-281.1. Ms. Burton.
This resolution to council.
All right, so there's a motion to move the resolution to council. Any support? Supported by Councilwoman Shedd. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burton.
I'd like to invite Dr. Moore to the podium. If there's anything she would like to add about this program, Flint.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to address the council again regarding our activities. I just spent the entire day in the clinic about the farmer's market. And I had a 4-week-old, and today's name was Destin. And I was telling the mom, I was apologizing to the mom that we didn't.
He don't want it like that.
And I was telling her, I was
It's
asking
a
her what she
dude.
would do.
It's a lawyer.
If during pregnancy, she got.
It's straight up on TikTok. It's straight on TikTok.
They got $500 a month every month so that they would.
This is the YouTube.
Right.
And the mom said, I wish I could just stuff him back inside me and deliver him in January, because I wish I could get our expenses down. I wish I had a prescription to lift my baby and my family out of poverty, so that I could provide my family everything they need. And every family needs different things. They don't need a backpack or house repairs now. Every family has different needs, and this is unconditional money to lift the poorest city out of Michigan, to lift our children out of poverty. So as a nation, the numbers came out last week. As a nation, we more than doubled our rate of child poverty. We went from 5% to over 12% as a nation, because we stopped the expanded child tax credit as a nation. So as a nation, we went from the lowest level of child poverty to a 12% rate of child poverty. The numbers for Flint came out last week too, for child poverty. Flint's child poverty rate soared to 69%, almost 70%. 70% of our kids are growing up without the resources they need to be healthy and successful. This is not about individual choices. This is about policies. This is about how we have the power to lift our families up, and we can do this. So ARC's Kids was started to disrupt this cycle of maternal infant poverty, to address maternal infant health disparities, maternal morbidity and mortality and prematurity and low birth weight, and all these disparities that plague our children and our communities, these racial and geographic disparities. Communities after community have been using ARPA dollars to do this. I'm going to list some of those. The Chicago Resilient Communities Cash Assistance Pilot, Newark Movement for Economic Equity, Cook County Promise, the Basic Income Guarantee Pilot, Los Angeles Economic Assistance Pilot, City of Evanston Guaranteed Income, Chicago Resilience Fund, Rise Up Cambridge. All of these communities are using ARPA dollars to do something similar to what we are trying to do. They are using public health emergency dollars to address a public health emergency, childhood poverty, that was exacerbated by the pandemic. Flint was hit disproportionately by COVID. These are ARPA dollars. This is a way to address that public health emergency. When ARPA dollars are in the mix of cash transfers, it allows us to unlock protections. We have raised, in about 7 months, it's been unreal, we have raised about $40 million. And I've heard council members say, we don't need to give you money. We've already raised so much money. The state gave us $16.5 million. They only gave Flint. Other cities are like, why aren't you giving us money? They're like, no, we're going to do this in Flint because we believe in Flint, because Flint needs this. And if Flint can do this, we'll share it to other places. But ARPA dollars need to be in the mix, because when ARPA dollars are in the mix, when these public health emergency dollars are in the mix, it protects the benefits. It allows us to protect things like SNAP and WIC and Medicaid and child care subsidies and housing vouchers and SSI. It allows us to protect them so they are not declared as income. And that is because of the public health emergency. So yes, we have raised money. We still need about $15 million. My initial request for ARC's Kids through the ARPA application process was for $5 million. We still need $15 million to be able to do this for the next 5 years. Thank you for your time. I hope that we understand that.
And Mr. May.
Dr. Mona Hannah Did I say it in order?
You said it right. Mona's great.
You know, I met you during the water crisis. And I sat in the early hospital conference room when you first made the first, I think, public statement. And in that statement, what stuck out to me was when you thanked the activists and folks like myself and others who had been making noise before y'all had got involved per se. And that stuck out to me. That's how I met you. And ever since then, you've been getting all kind of attention for the work that you do. Now you're here before us, dealing with this resolution for $1 million. And prior to you coming with this resolution for $1 million, I had 700 residents fill out what's called a initial request form for help for their homes and businesses. And certain members on this council and the administration, in my opinion, ignored it. They were regular people with no names. They didn't have Dr. Mona, Hannah, Tisha, however you say it. Dr. Mona, you say I can say. They didn't have their reputation. They didn't have a reputation of the landlord. So where I stand on this now, we've called a couple meetings that the majority of my colleagues didn't show up for. And we've been articulate trying to say we want a working session. We want to budget this money and we want to spend it and we want to get it out. But we want to know what we got and what we got left. And we even went to the point where we got a subpoena people and or documents to see what's going on. So I have no problem with the proposal. But I do have a problem with the timing and the amount as we try to get people to cooperate on the council and the administration as we try to dish out this money. So I know if something is time sensitive. I don't know, when I look at the program, it includes some language about Michigan State in this resolution, correct?
Correct.
And it also includes something about $500 a month per household for pregnant people, correct?
No, it's $1,500 for a pregnant mom. during pregnancy.
$1,500, well, what is the
$500?
500, but hold up, you said no. So what is the 500 for 12 months?
That's for once a baby's born. So it's
Okay, and
$1,500.
that comes in a household, right?
Right.
So why did you say no?
It's $1,500 during
I didn't speak on the 15.
$500.
I said it's something in there about 500 per household.
Okay.
Right.
It's $500.
And you say, yeah, after the baby is born, 500 a month for 12 months.
$7,500 total.
Whatever the total is, I just spoke on 500 a household and you said no, but the answer is yes.
$500 a month for the
Per household.
Yeah.
For 12 months.
Right, to follow the infant, yes.
Yeah, I understand. That's what I was saying. When I said it, I was thinking you said no, and then you said 15. But either way, it's recorded. And sometimes there's a miscommunication. So my thing is this. When these proposals come to whoever's recommending, whether it's a 12-member board that we got in court, whether it's Mr. Neely and his staff, the buck don't stop here. The council by Baltimore is going to determine. And so we sometimes get it last, but we don't get it for 3-4 minutes. These are the stupidest rules I've ever seen when we have to spend millions of dollars. Look, we can't even discuss it. Thank you so much.
Anyone would like to speak? First round?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. So for the, here's, and like my colleague said in person before, I hear what you guys are trying to do, but there are so many other projects we have to arrange. I know me in particular is a Parks and Recreation. I know in Bowie Park that I spend a lot of time doing work in William Park. There, we have problems with people driving through the park tearing up the grass. So I was hoping that with the 1.5 million that was earmarked for the Parks and Recreation at the beginning of the year, and I got with administration, Roy, and Gavin, Nancy, that was those who go to expedite those resolutions to bring before city council so we can get rolling on that. Now, at the end of the summer, that resolution is still not here. You have, you know, people been coming. My Devon will house of Esther, even prior to you coming to city council she been coming to city council since, Karen Weaver was the mayor, advocating for St. Agnes to do, shelter and support for women, and between the administration and this council, she got help when it came down to try to get any kind of help to move. I would like to make a motion to take $500,000 of this $1 million and move it to House of Esther.
There is a take $500,000 from our kids' home and give it to the House of Esther.
Madam Chair.
Can I put this motion on the floor again, House of Esther, $500,000, so the proposed $1 million are given back to the board. Is there a second?
Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair.
Gotta follow the rules.
Yeah, I second the motion. And Madam Chair, now I'm gonna ask for the vote.
Please hold Mr. Murphy, you have to first.
Point of order.
What is the point?
Madam Chair, I don't care if you have the floor first, but when I say Madam Chair and I second the motion, and you say it's been moved and seconded, then I say Madam Chair, and I give the floor, but since you want to go to Mr. Murphy, but, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Mayor, you don't have the floor. Please proceed, Mr. Murphy.
Point of order.
You made it.
Go to your point of order.
I already just said, you didn't prove it. You just said, okay, you didn't have a right, I didn't have time to do it. I just saw point of order and things with comments, so let's move on.
No, let's be clear. Point of order. And Mr. Mayor, let's stay remain. And so we move on. Point of order tonight. Go ahead.
This resolution that I put together, and I'll send it to, the division and my colleague will continue to them, I think is, appropriate, to give, share with my colleagues. And this is the Fifth City Council recommending amending the following $1 million to Michigan State University and creating and establishing funding for up to $500,000, $1 million to House of Esther to do all things necessary for the purpose of obtaining acquisition of the St. Agnes property. So, what this is will allow them the opportunity to, purchase the St. Agnes, property. And I know they was raising funds to, purchase the St. Agnes, property. But with this right here, this $500,000, and it could be from the same account, 287-729-100-801.000. What this would do will allow them the opportunity to obtain that property and use up whatever they need to do to fix up some of the, damage that has been done to the St. Agnes property. And then with the funding that they have been raised, they can take that funding and reallocate towards the renovation, and they can start with one building at a time, and then they can work that building and work the rest of the building. So I'm not against, you guys getting funding, but I look at those who have, came before city council, who have been advocating, and she got a similar project, you guys can serve as the tradition with the Michigan State University, so you can still, if that's not the case, they can figure it out, but just they can do all things necessary to, and I see you shaking your head, and that concerns me, because we got minorities that's been out here with nonprofits that have been advocating and trying to get funding, and my heart go out to the line, and all the hard work and the dedication and the countless hours of sitting in city council, hoping that she can get council to approve them getting acquisition, then to go from, buying the building from $73,000 to $113,000 to $400,000, just to far reach, someone like them that, may have to struggle to try to figure out how this is an opportunity that we're gonna give you $1 million, and you already got funding in addition to what we already may be allocating towards you. Why not share the wealth? And $500,000 go to you guys, and $500,000 go to the House of Escalating, and we all need, because what this community has said countless times and have came to city council and here this podium is that they want an opportunity, they want us to share an opportunity for people like House of Escalating to be able to make moves and help develop on the north side of the Flint. This way, now it's up to us as a council to see what we're gonna do. We advocated, we talked about, House of Esther, and I'm not against funding you some money, but what I am against is the, House of Esther advocates who have came to city council countless times and have advocated to get some help with, the House of Esther, and, you know, they have done great work, and I did see the video, time, I think they did a video showing that somebody walked into the building and just messed up, and that's very unfortunate that happened, and I think this right here will help move the ball forward, to help them be able to get the building, acquisition of the building, and to, if they got little shackles left, maybe they can fix some muscles and doors, maybe they can do some furniture or whatever, and then they can take the other money that, people have really wanted to donate, and they can use that money towards fixing up other stuff, maybe they help with whatever told $1 million, why not share it and give some to House of Esther, who have been coming down here for years? I'm not against the, RX program, you guys do a great job. But what I'm against is seeing the bond, the House of Esther, this council ignores. Now it's time for us to, show up and see what we, really do. Thank you, and, that motion, I'm done.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Yeah, Madam Chair, just so you understand, Dr. Bowman, I second that motion because I'm always playing with this clock. See, I know when I second the motion, it's 2 more rounds of 5 minutes to discuss multi-million-dollar bill. We haven't even seen your paperwork yet.
I submitted an application.
Yeah, we requested that. We want to see all of them. And you know, it's nothing to do with you. I'm just talking out loud because I'm looking at your demeanor, your expression. Plus, I'm talking to the public. I got to talk to more than you. And so I second that. Even though I've got compassion and business in my heart for the House of Esther, I got compassion and business family said you want help. And so even if you didn't take money from here and put it there, that's 1.5 million. When you're talking 1.5 million and you're working with 30 or 40 million, if you really get your budget together, you might can do both. When you're looking at what Pastor Reed was talking about, 50,000, when you really get your act together, you might do 150,000. Because you're talking 30, 40 million. But you don't want to piecemeal it and do folks out of turn because of what their name is. What your name is. What your name is. Whether it's the My Foundation, the Land Bank, or Dr. Moen, you want to do stuff in order. You want them that you don't know who their name is. Mr. Johnson, John Doe, Miss Stevenson, all them 700 people, you want to help everybody. And there's enough money to go around. And you have to get the council and the administration to talk about it publicly in front of us. Not behind closed doors with applications and deadlines the way it's been done now. That's very problematic. And so I'm not going to stand for it. It's at a point now where it started out at 97 million. And so it's now somewhere between 30 and 60 million. And it's time to buckle down. I'm going to call you up and let you speak on it seriously. I don't mind. And so now it's time to buckle down. Let me get back to you. Doc, did you have something you want to add? Through you, Madam Chair, to my man. You want to say something?
What happened to the
You welcome. Come on. Thank you, Dr. Bowman.
I hear y'all having all this money, and y'all saying what y'all do about this money, all this. But what happened? I don't see that happening to the flip with the downtown development. Where's the rest of it going to?
And that's
Who's out here? You know, I understand they got $97 million in the city of Flint. That money was supposed to be used for the city of Flint. Now Flint only, all over you. All these buildings around here you take care of. The money y'all had in this town, this would be like paying place.
I think we can do better.
We can do better if y'all get y'all here together.
But how do you do that? Now you gotta say how to.
How you do that?
Yeah, how you do it?
Sit down at the table, we're understanding each other.
Okay, so let's
She
say,
can make it, she can make it, she can make it.
Let's
Y'all
say-
ain't come together, put it together.
let's say we call another special meeting, because we called one and didn't enough show up back.
What y'all call special, how many people know you call a special meeting?
2,
2 to 3, right?
it take 2 to call and it take 5 to show up. When we called it last time, only 4 showed up. Ms. Burns, Mr. Carter, Mr. Murphy, and myself. So you said it's high time to call another
That's
working
my
session.
fact, that's the reason why I sit down and told you guys before. All y'all know what you legit, what the city can do. You gotta take care of, you got homeless people out here, sleeping in the streets, all over the city of Flint. Reason why, because y'all don't want to do the job.
And this ain't a rocket science. You think it's that easy to get it done.
It's easy, y'all put your mind in it.
I might call you back up. There go that clock again. I appreciate you.
So anyone else in the first round? Ms. Reed.
It's no secret I'm not in favor of our kids. And I've had my issues regarding the House of Esther purchasing savings. Number one, we don't know if it's legal for us to take money to give to an organization to purchase property from the city. That's us basically, in my mind, giving them property. Number two, regarding House of Esther, they had plenty of time to get their personal property out of the building when they were evicted. They did not do that.
Request
what should come?
They have not been evicted.
Thank you. So, I'm not in favor of this, Mr. Murphy, and I'm really sorry to say that, kind of. I like the, I fully support the House of Esther's mission. Fully support it. Do I support the House of Esther? Not really in their fundraising efforts being proven. In order to purchase the property, when they had the option of, which they no longer have. How, if we gave them $500,000, how would they be able to get that property up to code so that they could have mothers in that property? How is it going to be made safe? There's no water run to that building. The property has been vandalized. What are we going to, we can't just give them the property. And they have to have the funds available to do that renovation necessary. I would love to see House of Esther start small and grow into it. Start with 3 or 4 bedroom homes. That I think they can swing. But, so I'm gonna vote no on this resolution. I'm also gonna vote no for RX kids. I've said that before. I believe it's welfare. It's not sustainable. We cannot continue this. And when those children get to be 5 years old, what happens to the parents? Have they gone out and gotten a job, learned a trade? We don't know. They can do that now because there's plenty of resources for that. Mott has many programs. There's plenty of financial aid. There's not, you don't need to have a degree to earn a decent living. You could learn a skilled trade. I'm not 100% behind everybody needs to go to college, but there's lots of programs and jobs out there that are begging for people. They're begging for people. So, number 1, I'm not voting for RX kids, as I already said, and number 2, I'm not going to vote for this resolution. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Anyone else would like to speak on the motion? Excuse me, no yelling out. Go ahead.
Is this the first round still?
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Murphy-Carter.
Quincy, I hear what you're saying as far as, Councilman Murphy, I hear what you're saying as far as House of Esther is splitting it. And I do also agree with the, RX, children. But I'm not gonna vote for anything that deals with the ARPA money right now. Until this administration can be transparent. We have not had the transparency. We're getting resolutions, but we have not been informed of the recommendations that the so-called ARPA committee made. So I believe in full transparency, and right now, I cannot vote on anything that's coming before us. Because first of all, I don't even know how did the ARPA committee make their recommendations. And their so-called recommendations went to the mayor first. Then he sends us these resolutions, but the council didn't even have a chance to even look at a list of what was recommended. So why should I, as a council member, sit opera fund that was recommended by this so-called 12-member opera committee. I can't do it. I'm sorry. So I'll be voting to abstain. And whoever can get on Facebook and talk about colleagues abstaining, that's what I'm going to do until it's clear. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak on this motion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Thank you, Councilwoman Carter, for what you stated, because we do know that people get on and say we abstain, and they'll say something totally different and lie. They never get on Facebook or social media and say anything. We do it all the time by abstain, and then they put our pictures up there too. So I'm gonna speak to this Councilwoman Carter. You know how I feel about this. You know that. And I get Dr. Mona, you know, we'll talk about that, and she had, and I'm looking at her body language, her saying, oh, this is my program, and I want to keep it the way it is, and you can, let's break up and spread the wealth around, and I get that. I cannot vote on it because there's a lawsuit, because of 12-member our advisory committee. We don't know how the recommendations have come down. It is because of our ad hoc committee that they were not, they were kept in the dark. This administration has been very secretive. We have to subpoena the records and the applications, because some applications they say people put in there, some people get money that they didn't even put in the application. So the process is flawed. That's not on your group, it's not on us. It's just the way it is, and I will not pass to be a part of anything at this point that is not been transparent. It's not equitable. And we've got some issues. And to one of my colleagues, Judy, she has stated consistently that she felt that it was a form of welfare for the program to sustain itself, that it would run out and so it would be able to continue. And this is where we are able to disagree, but still be, I feel, amicable. I don't agree with her. I do not agree at all. At all. Because when you are a single mother, you really understand that things can be expensive. When my first daughter was born, I remember formula, and she had Neutrogen. A box of diapers and some Neutrogen would cost me $50 then. I don't even know what Neutrogen costs now. And I did not receive any government assistance. Nothing. So you have incidents that may happen with the young, if you're a young mom or expecting mom. Your mother kind of to know that. You know, your light bill, your tire got flat, or you don't have daycare, you know, or, you know, you need clothes, it's time to get shoes. My mother-in-law checked my baby's shoes, and she cried right, so let me know when she felt they need a shoe. So it's things that parents, you know, do. And stride rights are more expensive, not if you're tennis shoes. So when we talk about how times change, Judy has a different view. She wanted for House Best to have a cupcake sale. Not happening. That was just not realistic. It was not. But we can't be a life coach. We cannot be a life coach on expecting mothers and tell them how to live their life. We can assist them, give them the guidance and skills. And that's what these programs, House of Esther and your program is doing. When we talk about House of Esther, and I want to be clear, House of Esther had an investor. Judy, the investor, is still here in the audience today, who said he would pay for it. The administration would sell him the property. They have a sustainable program. They will have a waiting list. I will not let false or misinformation be put out here. They are still helping in the community. So they don't need a 2-bedroom or 2 or 3. That's not your decision to make, unfortunately. Because we have over a bunch of homeless teen moms who are in foster care. And those moms actually age out, and the baby is kept inside of the foster system. Now, people talk about nursing. I nursed all 3 of my children and don't regret it. It was not convenient when I did it, and my daughter's 33. It wasn't the good thing, it was the healthy thing. So when we talk about keeping these kids with their mom, if a mother is nursing consistently, you can pump, it's not the same. That baby bonds with the mother. That baby has to. And when we don't keep the mom and the baby together, then these kids, they go up and say, why don't they feel like anybody loves them? Now, I had to shoot them out work this week. These kids don't have parents. It used to be grandparents raising them, now the streets is raising them. So we can do something proactive like helping a program. I don't know. And Councilman Murphy, I wish I could, if it wasn't for the other part to bring this back up, I will support it. Because it's not a decision that the ARC committee is making, it's a decision we are making. And that's the big difference. We have the capability, the ability to make a change, a huge change. It was a grassroots program, and not by just raising or selling some cupcakes.
All right. Anyone else want? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah. Mr. Murphy, I support the House of Esther. I think the last vote, I don't recall exactly what it is, but I believe I abstained because at the time I was president and they named me in the lawsuit, so I had to abstain. And I'll say it on the record and say loud and proud, I'm pro-life, 100% I support it. And I support this program for its kids, because that's where we have a little different philosophy. I believe because this is a set period of time money, that this is a hand up, not a hand out. So that's where we're going to disagree, Ms. Priestley. But I guess I got to, through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Priestley, if you have the spreadsheet up, did House of Esther apply for our? So that's where I don't want to start the. Yeah.
I don't recall, I thought I had not seen it, Ms. Burns says that you did, so I will look at it right now.
What is your request, Mr. Mayor?
For you to distribute, did the disability network apply for $250,000?
From what I'm hearing, no.
Whoa!
At that time, that was the case, I would vote against it, because that right there is picking and choosing instead of that. But I don't think anybody on this council looked to see if they were submitted an application or not. And that's shame on me as much as anybody else, that we didn't double check that, because we are the checks and balances. So to your point, you are 100% correct.
I see no application under public health or housing and light, for a House of Esther.
So, I don't mind, so I think we're conflating two different things. We're talking about giving them money, but we're also assuming that they're gonna use that money for the building, and they will keep paying for that building, which I don't know if those two things equal out. I don't have a problem with giving them money to start up. My question would be, since they didn't put in an application, are the funds that we are using, or that we have allocated for discrepancy, are those funds only going to be allocated to people with, that submitted applications, or for projects that we feel passionate about? I don't know. Because it's now on our radar to look at to see who submitted applications, I don't necessarily, and that's maybe something we need to look at for sure. If they're saying that they submitted an application, that's very troubling. It's very troubling if they submitted an application and it's not on ours. You did? You found point of information?
I did find here, but that's why I thought I had seen one under public health applications. There was one from the Disability Network for $275,000.
Oh, so there was one.
There was one.
Sorry, folks, that, if you see that spreadsheet, it's impossible to read.
Yeah, it actually says the, and I looked for disability in alphabetical order, but it is the disability.
So, thank you, Ms. Priestley, for keeping track of that, but there is no, the House of Esther, you looked at anything?
House of Esther's didn't make it.
Okay.
Request for information. Oh, go ahead.
So, because they didn't submit, or the information you don't have submitted, I'm having a problem coming back if they did submit and taking it out of the discretionary dollars that we have allocated in that category. But whether or not you want to alter the dollar amount for RX kids, it is the purview of the body, but I want to allocate monies to someone who didn't apply from what we know. But I will support anything if it comes out of discretionary. I do.
Anyone else like to speak to this motion? Anyone else? Well, seeing that,
You made it the first point of order, you made it the first round.
yes, in the first round. Anyone else? All right, seeing that there is no one else, I will go ahead and take my time. So, I'm glad that the colleagues pointed that out. One thing that one colleague said is that they did not get any recommendations from the committee. We did. And it was on a spreadsheet emailed to us at the beginning of August. However, the spreadsheet was not friendly to look at. So let's be clear, not getting anything friendly and dissect and look at two totally different streets. So we did receive it, but it was not in a good format. Next, I'm glad that Councilwoman Priestley pointed out that Disability Network did apply for funds. Again, let's make sure that we're putting out factual information. And so, Dr. Mola, if you could please approach the lectern. So I have a few questions because, you know, it was brought to my attention. We have audience members, community residents, they feel that we should have $16 million towards home ownership. I said, sure, so where will it come from? We're waiting on our colleagues to take a look at the budget that Ms. Tracy and I worked on, and this body passed, the ARPA allocation. This body already passed that. And so we were looking. What is your request?
You mean the majority of this body, right? Not everybody, it wasn't unanimous. You mean the majority of this body, correct?
It's important.
This body passed it, okay? And so the fact that this body passed it, that's what we agreed to. And so we told our colleagues, please, go through this, look and see where we can capture that 16 million, since a lot of the colleagues stated that we won't vote for it because we need more money in home repair. We said, do the work, bring it back, and we can vote on it. The work has yet to be done. So thank you for coming to the lecture, Dr. Mona. And so my question is this: how much money are you looking to raise for this monumental program?
The total budget to do this for 5 years of moms and babies, so starting with babies born in 2024, is $55 million. We need $11 million a year to do this. $9 million a year is for the direct cash allowances. Money is going to go to every pregnant mom and every baby at every ward. This is putting money directly into the hands of everybody in Flint. Every pregnant mom and every baby. Another $1 million is needed for operations a year. Another $1 million is needed for evaluation. So it's $11 million a year. The $9 million in cash allowances will be spent in the local economy. This is going to create a massive boost to our economy. Think of it as a jolt. It's going to support small businesses and everything else. We need $55 million. We have raised over $40 million. We've got a $15 million gap.
Okay, thank you for all of that. So my next question is this. that $1 million that you, well, you said you applied for the funds? Okay, so now it's clear that they applied for the funds, okay, you get an ARPA application? Okay, all right. And so you're asking this body, not for the $5 million that you applied for, but for $1 million, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so, what is the reason that you're asking this body for $1 million? Is it a contingency in terms of other donors? Go ahead.
So there's 3 reasons why ARPA dollars is important. If ARPA dollars is in the mix of our funds, it protects benefits. This is not considered income, so people, it's more considered as a gift because of the public health declaration. So when ARPA dollars are in this pool of money, it protects people's benefits. That's the number 1 reason we use ARPA dollars. Number 2, we have national donors who have not committed to our skits because the city has not committed. They are not buying into this program until the city of Flint is supporting their own moms or babies. So that is the second reason that the city of Flint has come alongside a massive village of folks in the state to support moms and families. So those are the 2 biggest reasons that we want the city to help.
Okay, thank you. So, hearing that it's a contingency, we are leveraging this, I think this is almost the best leverage that we had so far. We're about to turn $1 million into $55 million to go into the pockets of mothers that reside in this city.
Every mom
Yeah. Thank you. So now we will go on to our second round.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Ray.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something real quick, then I'm gonna call somebody else, but my point is this. Any money we spend is gonna be the decision of the council, and it's gonna take, for me, just like what Ms. Winfrey Carter said, it's gonna take some discussion and some arithmetic and calculation gotta be done. I'm not gonna keep spending here, spending there, and then we ain't even getting to the meat of what I think is my concern. That's the home improvements and business investment. Generational wealth in most areas. And I keep hearing you, Ms. Lewis, talk about what the council, the majority passed. This majority council voted repeatedly wrong on just the simple application of the rules. But my point in bringing up what you're saying, I've been doing budgets for 10 years. And when you do a municipal budget with multi-millions of dollars, I guarantee you, and I challenge anyone in the public to prove me wrong, you make amendments. You making amendments to the budget month after month, year after year. So don't keep saying what this council has approved initially. You can amend that budget. And we at that point of amendment. We need to have a working session, amend the budget, see what we gonna do, and then start spending money. There's enough money to do both things. If we wanted to, he was gonna help out with the house ask so we can help out. The problem with the house ask, Mr. Murphy, was the plumbing for one. If it relates to that bill. Pastor Harris, we talking about that property where Saints of God used to be on Pearson Road. So have time to discuss it through you, Madam Chair. I said to Mr. Woodson and any other public member, this ain't a rocket science. Would you come and say what you think? You've been here long enough. You gotta meet. And when you call meetings, Ms. Lewis, you for one should show up.
Afterwards, don't take this personal. This is all about money, kids, money. Not too long ago, ACLU sued our Flint community schools to help out community schools. NCE, Neuro Center of Excellence, got GHS registry got $4.2 million from the school district. NCE. That money was supposed to make sure that our Flint kids supposed to be done. Out of 400 kids, only 10 of us from Flint. The majority of the money, 3.2 million that went to GHS, only 50,000 was used for the therapists. Only 2 kids were able to be seen once a week. The rest of the money went to salaries. Registry, same thing. I have issues with it. Nothing against Dr. Mona personally. But when I see her and Dr. Edwards on the stand for the state, my stomach dropped. How much money goes to MSU out of that 55 million? I'm tired of our kids being misused. How many of the kids in the juvenile home, since they the registry, how many kids in the juvenile home was affected by the water and still sentenced and sent to prison? If they tell us that. 0 to 12, they don't have any guidelines. That's what I heard, because I've been asking. Stop throwing money just anywhere and everywhere. Revive Health Center, Children's, almost close to $1 million. She get $97,000 to live in Florida. Only open 2 times a week. Virtual on Monday. Only a couple hours on Wednesday. And then you got an inbox to get 20. When House of Esther have been down here every day trying to get money to help. And they're keeping the kids, the young women, in the place.
Mr. Woods, can I ask, is you willing to show up in a working session to discuss all this money?
Yeah.
I thought so.
Anyone else like to speak in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Morgan.
I am unsure why we are calling random people up to the podium about this. I would like to hear from actual people that know the statistics here. It has nothing, this program has nothing to do with what was just mentioned. I want to address the welfare comments and that I guess pregnant women and women with new babies need to find jobs. That was insulting. You obviously have not had children because having a child means that you are, you're out of work. You can't go right back to work after having a child. So we have parents that may even be well off, but there's no national program here, as in other countries like Germany, Canada, that support mothers and fathers with 1 year off after having a child, so that they can spend time with their newborn babies. For those who are pro-life to say that this isn't needed are not truly pro-life, because mothers need to be with their children, their babies. They need to not have to worry about work. And if you're a single mother and you don't have support, then you're supposed to go back to work immediately, apparently, after having a child. So I don't know, unless you've had a child, unless you've been pregnant, unless you've been through this, the opinion to me is not valid. Even 9 months of being pregnant, that's a lot. I could barely work in my last months of my pregnancies because it's tiring. Many people have issues during their pregnancy where they're constantly sick and they have to be on bed rest. And I don't think any of them needed someone to find them a job while they were in the hospital trying to rest so that they could have their child. And if I sound upset about it, it's because I am. I just cannot believe some of the comments I've heard. Also, the House of Esther has nothing to do with this. This was money that was applied for. Dr. Mona is in charge of this. She is a trustworthy person to be in charge of this. So I don't want to just support homeowners and home repairs. This is helping mothers and children the least of these. And I will always, this is very big on my heart, I teach children, they don't always have, and they always need a leg up. And again, even if you have the money, when you take time off for your child, there's no guaranteed income, none. So, I had to save up money to take 3 months off, which is the maximum allowable amount to guarantee your job with FMLA. And so I was privileged enough to be able to save that money beforehand. But with inflation, I don't know if I could do that at this moment if that were to happen to me again. And $500 a month, that's nothing. It's a drop in the bucket for everything a child needs. And so pregnant mothers and mothers don't need jobs. They need help so that they can provide for their children and be healthy. I brought up before that it is African American mothers that are more likely to die during childbirth and after because of lack of healthcare and resources. So in this community, we especially need mothers and children to have more resources. This is something near and dear to my heart. I will of course vote yes. I would hope that we have 5 to vote yes. If not, I'd be very disappointed. But I think we veered off the conversation quite a bit recently. Let's just remember what this resolution is about, and let's support Flint mothers and children. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak in the second round?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
I got to work with the disability network. I'm not, what I was trying to clear out. Category that we funded for, the disability network, I'm not sure it came out of the category that we actually funded the disability network, and that's what I was trying to get, to clarify. Did we pull from the application that they actually applied, so you got different categories of aqua. And I'm not sure that the funding that we applied, we actually funded the disability network they actually applied. So, just to clear that up, I'd like to make a referral through you to them to make sure that the category that they were funded for, they actually applied, or they did funded to a category that they did not apply for. That's what I need to be clear. Also, through the chair, to Dr. Long, my question to you is, so the mothers who have babies that was born December, November, will those mothers be able to apply for this fund?
The program starts in 2024.
I can't hear you.
The program starts in January 2024 for pregnant moms and babies born in January 2024.
So for all the mothers who have babies that was born, that's under 12 months, they won't be eligible for this funding.
There has to be a start date.
That was a problem for me, because you got a lot of mothers, to my colleagues, that, you know, I hear you talk about mothers. You got mothers that just had a baby in December, November, they won't be eligible for this funding. So what we're saying is, you gotta be pregnant after January, and you got to have your baby after January. So from January to December, for 12 months, you got to have a baby. So it's only a limited.
The program's been going on for 5 years, so it's for all babies born, if we get enough money, in the next 5 years. But it starts, I wish I could start now, if we had more money, we could
start sooner, but it starts in 2024 for pregnant moms, people who are pregnant in 2024, or babies born in 2024. But it will continue up until, I think, babies born in 2028 if we raise enough money. But the goal is to do this for 5 years of pregnant moms and babies, and we have a sustainability plan. The money we got from the state is from TANF.
So you basically gotta go have some kids.
Right.
You gotta go have some kids, so for the kids that's already here, that you're talking about, that's in school, or just had a baby, they won't be eligible for the funding, so it won't help them. That's the problem.
I wish we could start sooner. I wish we had come up with.
I mean, cause right now, people gotta go have a baby in order to. Okay.
Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Seeing no movement, roll call vote, please. Oh, excuse me. Roll call vote, please.
All right.
Restate the motion before we vote. That's problem.
So there is a motion on the floor to give the House of Esther $500,000 of the recommended amount for our kids, $1 million. Roll call. Sure. So the motion on the floor to give the House of Esther $500,000 of our kids, $1 million. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I abstain because we're currently waiting on a court date for the advisor to do the selection process.
Mr. Chef? No. Mr. Pfeiffer? Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
I abstain because we could do it all. We could do the 1 million and the 500,000 if we so choose to do it. So until we go over the whole thing, I abstain at this time.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I abstain for reasons stated before.
Vote is 1 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 1 yes, 5 no, and 3 abstentions. Yes, all right. All right, so that motion failed. So going back to the original motion, we are currently on our first round for the resolution from our kids. So far we have the first ward, the ninth ward, and the third ward have spoken in the first round. Anyone else in the first round? All right, seeing that there's no one else in the first round, I'll just take my time. This is a no-brainer. And it's a no-brainer because when initially I was wondering if you have the excess million, such as I'll say the 54 million, why do you need our 1 million? Because I was looking for places, actively looking for places to give the resident that extra money for homes. However, when I was told that it was a contingency, and outside investors were looking at us saying, if Flint is not willing to invest in Flint, why should we invest in Flint? It makes nothing but sense. You're going to give me $55 million. You're going to flood this city. These mothers don't live in Flint Township. Okay? They don't live in Atlanta. So they're telling you to sit down, you can't do anything, you can't work. This is definitely a handbook for the mothers. Because Flint, we're known for pioneering great things. We were the first in community education. We all know that we were the first in the automotive industry, and I'm proud to be a part of the voting body that want to vote for this to be the first in the United States, pioneered right here with the city of Flint money. There's no negative side to this. There's no downside to giving somebody $1 million and they turn it into $55 million. So, let's see if there's no one else in the first round, second round.
Madam Chair.
Mr. May.
Madam Chair, be careful what you say. It's always a pro and con. You could put $500 in the hands of a mom that's spending on alcohol.
Yes.
You don't never say there's never a downside. Now, I don't know if that'll happen with any of them. That's why I'm gonna say to you, to Miss Dr. Mona, come and let's talk a little bit. We've got the right to know the details. You're not gonna sell me talking about there's no downside. 10 years, and I do the same. You're out of order, you're using it to take.
I'm not done. Did you receive the payment from Dr. Mona, the teacher?
I can
That
ignore
had all
you.
the details.
I can ignore you. You give out warnings when we do this, except if our name is worthy. Don't be a hypocrite. Let us do request information and quit warning us and trying to throw us out, and you do just as many as we do. And I'm gonna demonstrate because you've been out of hand for weeks and months. Now let me try to get back to where I was at, Dr. Moore. I was getting at the monitoring of the money once it's dished out. There are all those guidelines in place.
Yes.
How do you monitor it?
We're working with an international organization called Give Directly. This is all they do. They give people money. They
So
verify.
somebody gonna monitor after we give it out each
Yes,
month?
they have
Okay,
fraud
let me
detection.
move past because really where I'm headed is making a motion to postpone until we can get some more information and talk, and until we can budget the rest of this month. So I ain't quite there yet, but I'm listening to the speech of the person who's been meeting with the unlawful recommendation and advisory committee. See, that committee was appointed by Mr. Neely and Charlie said to be appointed by the council. An advisory recommendation committee and some folks that's new up here that went buck wild. And so I'm in agreement that we can bet and allocate to any category we want. But the key word is bet and then allocate. It ain't taking recommendations from folks who we ain't even know what they bet. So that's where the problem is coming in for me. And at this point, if I attempt to count votes, which I can't, because this is a strange committee and a strange group, I think it's going to be responsible to postpone it to committee and then try to get detailed information. Let me ask you this question. What if we gave you the 1 million and you already raised the 55 million? So is the 55 million guaranteed?
We've raised 41 million.
You raised 21 million.
No, 41.
She talking about 55. I said, what if we did? Do y'all get $1 million back? And why do she keep saying $1 million raised 55 and you telling me y'all already raised 41? What is she talking about? You can already raise 41 without the $1 million. She's going me up there. I ain't never seen 1 million leverage 55. That ain't true. You already got 41. And do the whole 41 go in the city of Flint?
All the $1 million is all for this program for Skokie City.
Well, the city of Flint is a bigger program than the city of Flint.
No, it's only for the.
Okay, so if we did give $1 million, we already got 41 million.
But there's donors who won't give until the city gives.
Finance, unless y'all want to Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays.
what I just heard from Dr. Moore, I appreciate it.
Is there a discussion for the
It might not be what you did with it, I'm gonna tell you about it, that don't mean that they're gonna do that. What's the rule? If you got 3 minutes, anybody can talk to your attorney, Jim.
It's 3 minutes.
Council, you ready to come in? And be given wrong, you know, they can deliberate outside the council meeting. And that's what they do. Here we go. Oh, you said proceed? Okay. I'm glad, thank you. You in order for that. That's the point of, thank you, ma'am. I'm not gonna want you, I like you. Dr. Lona, I was saying thank you for the information. And, we'll see what happens with this motion to table it back to finance. We'll see what happens. From the information that you've given me as I sort through this, I'm clearly understanding some things. I understand the 1,500, I understand the 500 a month or 12 months. I understand, you know, they're pregnant women and babies. I'm not opposed to that. But what I do want to do, I want to try to get this whole budget in order. Well, if y'all program the house as the home improvement, I want to take a peek at this juncture on the whole budget. And the only way we're going to do that is to get cooperation from the mayor's administration and the council. And they're going to both have to show up at a meeting that I like to call a working session. So you'll see me, once this motion passes or fails, once I get the opportunity, you'll see me put a motion on the floor, whether it's for next week, 2 weeks from now, or 3 weeks from now, to try to get this thing moving. And so, don't go in the time, but be patient, just as we went through trials and tribulations during the wildfire. And we go through trials and tribulations in our everyday life. So, hang in there, and we'll see what happens. But now, you know, I ain't as smart as people give me credit for. Maybe it'll pass tonight, but I'm looking at counting votes, and it could be some problems. We'll see what happens. Thank you so much. I'll be voting to postpone back to finance.
Anyone else would like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Brown?
Dr. Mona, I am going to vote to send it back to finance, but I do want to let you know, because when we abstain, my reasoning for abstaining is very clear. My colleague, Mrs. Lewis, has put on Facebook that we keep abstaining with another colleague. And I don't even know if you know or are aware of one of your workers who attacked me on social media with her. And I support this program. I support this program. My abstention, I am consistent, my colleagues know it, and I take taking care of babies very seriously. The immortality rate, when you first came up over at the Dome, I let you know that I support this. But we have to be careful that I have to remain impartial, that dealing with some of these people who say that they do not make attacks on social media. They do. They do. My abstaining is not something any of my colleagues should be getting into, because it jeopardizes your program. It jeopardizes, we have a worker on Facebook, and she wants to call me, that's friends with Ms. Lewis. And I still have to set all that aside. Your program is a great program. And I stand on that. I stand on that. And I'm going to send you, I'm going to send you the email so you can see. Because if your item is coming before us, I don't want your employee to become, their words have become toxic.
Yes.
And so when you do that, for me, it's really about the programs and the work that's being done. I'm not here for popularity. My choices are mine. I stand on them, and I stand before the sixth board. But they talked about me understanding. And then she went back and forth on social media with your employee. That was a terrible thing to do. Because if I was a spiteful, vindictive, did not care about the community and how they attacked me, I would have voted no for your program. And see, that's what we have to be careful. Because they'll come up here and give pretty speeches and talk about what they don't do, and it's just not true. I support your program. I don't want it to die. And I wish we had a court case that was because of the 12-member advisory committee. All of my decisions are based on charter, our council rules, and common sense. I support this project. I don't want it to die. And that's why I am going to go to it back. And I will continue to support it because moms need support and I stand for the youth. But be careful with your work. She needs to be careful because she's getting information from some toxic people, and it's not fair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else would like to speak to the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Carter.
And Dr. Mona, I want you to know, I do support this, program. However, like I stated before, I want transparency. And I agree with Councilman Mays. I think we need to have a meeting, we need to sit down, and we need to sort through this opera fundings and these resolutions coming to us without, we don't know. We don't know. We've given out vote for resolutions, and some of this stuff, some of the resolutions, they have not even applied for money, and that's not fair. I want full transparency. So, don't worry, I'm gonna vote to send it back to committee. We're gonna work through this, and then maybe I'll be able to vote for our funding. But until then, I'm gonna have to abstain. And my colleagues, they can get on Facebook, they can talk about my abstentions, so be it. But I gotta do what I think is right. So, thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else would like to speak?
Madam Chair. So, Dr. Mona, I will not be voting to table this simply because I wanted to go through to council. Hopefully we do have the votes and the support to get it to go through to council. And so I'm in full support of this program. I completely understand. I understand that with the ARPA money being a part of it, it saves the benefits of the mother. And that is a huge selling point for me of why we need to put the ARPA money there to protect benefits of mothers who will get this money so that they will not be later taken away. And so I'm in full support of that, and then everything else goes without saying. And I know that my colleague in the ninth was making a point as a mother, and she was really passionate about it. I'm not giving birth to a child, but I still fully understand the plights of mothers and single mothers. I've watched people in my family and just people around the community. And I understand, like my colleague in the 8th said, that this will be a hand up and not a hand out. This is very important that we get this done. I also understand that others are watching this, other people who are making a decision as to whether or not to give you the rest of this money so that this 5-year program can help Flint mothers. And so we do need to show that your city is in support of this so that you can get to the $55 million so that the mothers can get the 5-year support.
Anyone else like to speak?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Dr. Moore, you talked about, uncommitted, funders. How much funding is, waiting for our approval?
It's unclear, but there are national funders who are waiting for the city to commit before they commit their dollars, and it is in the tune of millions.
go give you some money, they send you a letter, you tell you, I got 50,000 or 2 million, waiting contingency on the city of Flint. So I'm not, that don't sound right. That you don't know how much money.
Because I haven't committed yet, but
I'm just saying, let's be clear, because we're talking money. So if somebody are committing themselves to give you some funding, how do you just generalize, and okay, we're gonna give you some money, but you don't know how much money they give you? Like, okay, did the Rock Foundation say we're gonna give you $2 million, and they sent you a letter that said we're gonna give you $2 million in contingency on the city of Flint? For instance, they gave $10 million to Burton Field House, contingency on the city of Flint gave $1.5 million. So you can tell me that these people who are out there in Neverland is going to give you some money, contingency on if you give $1 million and you don't know how much money.
yes, they're waiting to see if Flint commits until.
Do you have a letter?
No, I don't. It hasn't been committed yet. They're waiting for you to act first. A lot of our grants were contingent. The Mott Foundation gave us $15 million, but only if we were able to raise another $15 million. We did. We got an extra $15 million, so that unlocked those dollars. So this is also like a match. They are waiting for the city to be part of the city's program until they commit.
Did they send you a letter telling you this?
No, it hasn't been finalized. It's not the finalized. I did letters when grants are finalized.
How do you know that they committed to give you some funding that they will give you nothing right?
They haven't committed yet. They're waiting on the city.
That just don't sound right. All right, thank you.
If anyone else would like to speak on this motion?
Said you had 1 minute.
All right, seeing that, this one speak, I'll go back and speak. Again, council, we go with the first grade. We can allocate this money. And the fact that this $1 million is bringing in $55 million. I heard my colleague mention, well, we already got 41 committed. The fact is the $1 million is being turned into $55 million. And maybe let me, 15 million, that's my neighbor. Absolutely, and please, audience, we are asking for the audience to have the calm, let's, lower our voices, please. So, with that being said, this is an opportunity for us to take a little turn to the lot, put it in the hands of, women in this community that could be here, that could be here. Totally for it. I don't see reason to be against it. I heard my colleague mention, well, they can go buy alcohol. Well, you know the benefit of it? The benefit of that local store that they buy me from. But being a mother and knowing how much diapers cost, what is your request?
Do you realize I don't want you to get out of hand this quote, what I was really trying to ask for say? Do you understand that?
So that is an improper request for information, and that will warrant a warning. The chair did not give him a warning. The chair is making a statement. The chair is saying that when you abuse a privilege motion, like Mr. May did, that could be a warning. So as I proceed, what is your point?
Madam Chair, according to the rules, then you should receive a warning when he was talking, and Ms. Worthing should have received a warning also.
As I said, we cannot use the floor. What is your point?
Proceed, I'm gonna appeal your ruling that it was a proper request for information. You did a request for information when I was talking. And so you need to quit doing that because it's derogatory and it causes problems. You can do a request for information to me and we point. Drop all of that type of stuff. Continue to move on. Don't let them be, don't say it, because if you do, I'm gonna feel it and you're gonna get caught up. So just ignore it sometimes. Quit doing that. Or do it to yourself. Or do it to Miss Word. But quit doing it to my reputation.
My time is being wasted by people bombarding me when I'm speaking. As I was saying, you cannot abuse points of information, points of order, and request for information, like we just witnessed. So, the chair did not rule. There's nothing to rule, Mr. Mayor, there's nothing to appeal. What is your point?
You keep ruling that it was improper and it's taking the floor, and that's a decision you make it and you articulate it. I can appeal any decision of the chair. It don't just have to be a warning. We got to appeal any decision to keep you from doing that.
Mr. Mayor, I'm utilizing my point of order denied, and again, I'm utilizing my freedom of speech.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Anyone second the appeal of the ruling of the chair, the chairman rules? Point denied. So as we move forward, so this is so obvious. When I get the floor, I'm interrupted consistently. This is so obvious. So, as I proceed, I forgot my thoughts. But I'm going to proceed. So, we are talking about sending this to finance. It looks like the votes are not here. And it looks like sending it to finance will be the only option. But I don't want to send this back to finance at all. I want to pass this on the council so we stop kicking the can down the road. The fact that mothers are depending on this and just order in the chambers. So, I hope this is apparent, and we see when I share what happens, I hope this is very apparent. And so, mothers are depending on this money. Mothers are looking forward to the assistance. And I don't want to be an impediment to them getting the ball rolling and getting their a projected amount budgeted and allocated for it. I'm for it because I'm for a plan. So thank you, Dr. Moore. All right. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and vote. And the motion on the floor is to table resolution 230-281.1 to finance. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, 6 yes, 3 no?
The vote is 6 yes, 3 no. Resolution 230-281.1 has been sent back to the Finance Committee.
Yes.
Next, we have resolution 230-328.
Madam Chair.
Mr. May.
Yeah, Madam Chair, resolution 230-328 is a resolution to suspend the Dale Lewis for charter violations and through violations for a period of 90 days. And I move that the council so move.
All
Chair, I support that.
Supported by Ms. Webster Carter. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mayor.
Madam Chair, it was easy, in my opinion, for you, Mr. Murphy, Ms. Priestley, I think Mr. Piper, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Piper, Ms. Word, to suspend me for 30 days from my election seat. I think y'all did that with ease. Now, this is a resolution for 90 days, because I'm thinking the taking of money and trinkets and bribes is worse than using a cuss word in a council meeting.
Amen.
I looked at the news today, it's a guy, I don't know if y'all in New York or New Jersey, but his name was Mendez or something. They found gold bars, money, Mercedes Benz or something. And I've been on the council for close to 10 years. If I knew that you could talk to Ashton Capital and get lawnmowers and Pastor Reed, I ain't gonna lie to you, if you were a preacher or pastor, I would have went for a 2024 Cadillac. And it was probably requested the color be black. And Pastor Harris, I might have got a red one too. We know in the charter that it tells us we can't do that. See, I don't worry about what the FBI or law enforcement say. We have a duty to enforce the charter, Pastor Grillhead. Well, when you spoke to a public speaking, Pastor Grillhead, you spoke about the ombudsperson.
Yes.
The ombudsperson in the ethics committee can only make recommendations to us. They can recommend the suspension. They can recommend the removal, but the buck stops here. Whether it's the mayor, whether it's council members, the charter gives us the rights to not just suspend people, but to remove people. I've told them over and over, but they don't listen to me. I've told them, you have to put rules in place, but they don't went both wild. They passed a motion with ease to remove an elected council person from the first ward for 30 days. So this resolution started at 6 months, and guess what Ms. Priestley said? And I don't want to put words in your mouth, Ms. Priestley, correct me if I'm wrong. You said, I'm glad that you teaching me, Councilman Mays, that we can remove folks for 6 months.
Yeah.
Like you want to remove me for 6 months, is what I took from it. I could be wrong. But you said it, did it? No, y'all teaching me. I've been coming to council meetings since Chester Simmons, Woody Everly, McManaman, Sargis, and I ain't never seen nobody do it with y'all. Because you're doing it under the direction of Attorney Tim. Attorney Tim is a big problem for y'all. He told you you can deliberate outside of council meeting, you can go to that video when Perkins Road was here, and Janelle and everybody quit listening to me as the chair was like a mutiny. It was just road. People got up and left their seats and went in the back and talked to Attorney Tim and came back in a group. I had adjourned the meeting for lack of a quorum. And ever since then, lack of a quorum didn't count. But it didn't count that night. Y'all been rolled and vote repeatedly contrary to the rules. Discriminatory. I don't know if it's racist, but it's showing irritations. But some of it done had some racist stuff. Pastor Harris, I know people that ask me, do you regret calling folk handkerchief dead Negro? No, because when you look at the Urban Dictionary, it refers to class terms. And the definition is black folks who don't care so much about blacks but they're trying to do things to satisfy whites. You gotta look at it. So I'm gonna vote to suspend y'all for 90 days. If it don't pass, I'm coming back with 30. If don't nothing happen, I'm gonna see different treatment.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
As it speaks to the charter, which we have talked, we've had open discussions, to be transparent, there is a problem. We look at the monies that were given, they were not disclosed. So it was not disclosed that, the Bill Lewis and Quincy Murray received funds from Ashland Capital. Section 1, under 1-602, which is our ethics, it speaks to it. And then it speaks to 8C, it says it states a gift received from a public servant's relative or immediate family member provided by a relative or immediate family is not acting on a third party's intermediary or engaging in an attempt to circumvent. But what we did not discuss our charter, I don't know if we have to go back to correct that, using a nonprofit. Because it was not disclosed that Councilwoman Lewis nonprofit, Cyrus Park, which was originated in August of 2021, that was her nonprofit. That was not, you did not share that with us. You never disclosed that. And so, also, when we look at section of the Flint City Charter 9A, to solicit or accept a loan payment from an individual who was providing service to, or receiving tax abatement, credit, or exemptions from the city of Flint. Ashland Capital did ask the city of Flint for a $72 million tax exemption or abatement, and it wasn't disclosed. So it looks as if we're operating with clean hands. So that part is a problem, because when we come up here and we did get a legal opinion afterwards, but we didn't get it beforehand. I'm not in agreement with the legal opinion because it seems that you're able to circumvent the city charter, and it sets their daily precedent, as we discussed last week, that any of us, if we open up our own or their own nonprofit, we can circumvent the Flint City Charter and do business with everybody on the agenda. You know, we can do a complete tone through Weinstein Electric, whoever else is on there, because it sets the precedence that if we go through a nonprofit, don't disclose it. That, and it also says it doesn't have to be disclosed, that there is no punishment. And so that's what happens. It opens up the doors that companies will be buying your votes or our votes. So it's very clear. And it's almost unapologetic. Because when Councilman Pfeiffer asked, we were at the Genesee County Dome, he said, I will vote yes if both of you don't vote. And you double down and still vote. You still, let's hear Okay, well you took, Councilman Murphy took another $4,750. That bills were dropped off at the council office for 45 families. You gotta disclose that. You're doing business with Ashland Capital, and they're funding you for your special project. And you're funding them, it looks like, for their special project in a tune of $72 million. So it's not really, if this opinion was asked beforehand, I would hope you would have done it. The legal opinion was given after, but you take it. So you're not operating with clean hands. I don't think it was an apology to my colleagues, or I apologize to my colleagues for not letting me know. I found out in the church because they thought I wanted money. No. Don't want the money, because I know how that gets. Don't take the money. Right. Spivey in Detroit went to prison, and they called it bribes. Right. Clarence Thomas, as he's jetting around everywhere, went back to redo his financial statements because he's hanging around his billionaire friends. Nice vacations, donations. You You can't do that. It's Supreme Court justice. You're making decisions with the city, and you don't have clean hands. And you did not refrain from voting. And if I was to break anything from not voting because of my stance on ARPA, I would not have let that fail. I would have stepped outside of my box to support Action Capital so it didn't fail. You didn't know that. Y'all have these private conversations. You gotta make this stop. You're not operating with clean hands.
Madam Chair. Like the previous one, I will be supporting this one as well. As Ms. Burns stated, that I offered the opportunity to support it so that we would have a table vote. And it's, to me, you are not operating with clean hands because you're using your nonprofit, and I'm going to use air quotes, nonprofit, to prop up your council seats. Everything you put out, you use the nonprofit logo. So how is that not a conflict? And now, Ashley Capital is supporting your nonprofit, which is supporting your council activities. That's a conflict, no way around it. And then I see that your nonprofit put out the news, the New Michigan Now hit piece about the press conference. So how is it that the nonprofit needs to get into a political situation on a hit piece on another council? How is that within the boundaries of the nonprofit? That's why those lines are so blurred, if not
Request for information. What hit piece are you referring to?
Those lines between you and your nonprofit are non-existent. And you are using that nonprofit to shell donations, to hide from the community, plain and simple. You know, it's funny. Back in 2019, bear with me for 1 second. Let me find it. I apologize, let me correct myself. In 2018, you retweeted a quote from Kamala Harris that says, she's stating that yesterday I announced I would no longer accept contributions from corporate tax. We don't have to accept a system that drowns out the voices of the American people who know better. And your comment to Kamala Harris was big business shouldn't produce political puppets. Isn't that a contradiction of what you just did? You literally took a political donation from big business right before you voted. How is that not just irony at its finest? Thank you.
Neither Ms. Lewis nor Mr. Murphy directly received funds for their campaign from Ashley Capital, but Mr. Mays did. So I'm unclear why they have a resolution against them while Mr. Mays. They didn't disclose it.
He disclosed his.
It wasn't in donations. So it did not have to.
Excuse me. The audience should not be speaking to council. The audience should not be yelling out. If so, pardon. So, what needs to happen is, we need to have order in the audience.
We need that order up there.
And Ms. Muhammad, please. Ms. Muhammad, please. Ms. Lewis, stop. Ms. Muhammad, that's your public warning. You're incompetent, resign.
Fact. 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 Resign. Fact. Resign. Resign.
You just do whatever you think you need to do. And that's fine.
She act like she's somebody wrong up here. Like we her kids. You see her? Get the fuck up. I hate coming down here.
In fact, I'm gonna make a motion that we sit you down from chairing this meeting.
Sit the bitch down for the summer. Sit her down for the winter. Sit the bitch down for the summer, nephew. Hey. She always walk off.
I made a motion.
At ease, so the presiding officer can make sure that I have everything.
He ain't finna help you. He ain't finna help you. Oh, shit. Yeah. Wow.
So, Mr. Mayor, presenting at ease, please hold.
Request for information. I am, what's standing at ease, what are you referring to?
That's how they talk about rules when you take a pause, you know, take a recess, a pause to get things in order.
The council demands, is that referring to him? I'm unclear what you're saying.
Madam Chair, all you need to do is ask for a
I understand what all I need to do, so listen, I'm getting things together, I want to make sure that we are in order, so we can proceed. According to our order, you use the term stand at ease, and that is put a brief hold, it's not a recess, but it's a brief hold, so the chair can get, what is your point?
Madam Chair, I made a motion. The next thing for you to do is ask for a second to my motion.
Okay. All right, so right now, there has been an appealing of the ruling of the chair by Ms. Winfrey Carter. Is there a second?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
I second.
And then there's a second. And this is for ruling Ms. Winfrey Carter out of order for yelling at the chair. And proceed.
And Madam Chair, point of order, Madam Chair.
What is your point?
You need to ask for a second for my motion. I made a motion.
Okay.
Made you hear the motion? Yeah, I made a motion.
And you ain't got your five.
Madam Clerk.
Point of order. Madam Chair, Councilwoman Carter did put a motion on the floor first, and then there was, you did not ask for a second. You skipped over that. And so when she puts that on, it's
Wait for priest to come back.
to ask, is there a second?
Point of order, no.
Yes, it is.
She actually appealed the ruling, so she was speaking at you, and then she made a motion to the meeting was adjourned.
Madam Clerk, just want to go to you to verify the records. So Ms. Winfrey Carter, she received a warning, and then she put a motion on the floor to remove me for chairing the rest of the meeting. Is that what you received?
What I heard was Winfrey Carter said, we did a warning, she was going to appeal, she said, but as a matter of fact, she's gonna make a motion instead to remove you as the chair for this meeting and the next one.
Okay, so the remove from the the chair came after the appeal, correct?
She never really, she was going to make it appeal, but then she changed her mind to just make the motion to move it as the chair of this meeting.
Moment said, vote yeah.
Okay, so you got that, the appeal for the morning has been dropped, and we're going to the motion to say yes, is that what you got? Please say it again to the mic.
She was going to do the appeal, but I didn't say she was saying to make it appeal. Her saying was that she's making a motion to remove you as the chair for this meeting and the next meeting.
Okay, and I'm gonna, and so was that also, was that seconded by Ms. Burns? Oh, okay. So, going ahead, Ms. Burns, what did you say?
Madam Chair, for the record, because you're a cable keeping record, I second vote.
All right. Second.
Okay, bro.
And again, this is where the quorum comes into place, when colleagues state what you're capable of. This is the law of working environment.
It's the truth, gang.
So first, what I heard was the warning. I didn't hear her retract the warning. So she said that she seconded both. So we're gonna go ahead with the second of both with Ms. Burns. So first, we will go to the warning, and then second, we go with the removal of me from chair for
For special affairs as well as the council meeting. Because we have seen it all.
Got it.
They fired Mays in 30 seconds.
90 days.
All right, so now we go straight to the warning first. So, all right. So go ahead, Ms. Carter, you have been warned for yelling at the chair and being out of order. So go ahead.
You know what? It's a shame that the residents come here to be engaged in this process, and you treat them like they second-class citizens. It's a shame. You keep giving residents warnings, and with Sister Muhammad, you gotta actually call out her name. You didn't need to call out her name. And really, all you needed to do was say, over here in this section, please calm down. Audience, please calm down so we can hear. Stop being nasty to the residents. They have the reason that you're sitting up here in this seat. Last week, you put out one of your residents that came down here to get help. You gotta stop doing that. It's not about you.
They got the bricks on it, man.
You sit up here like you some type of dictator, and you gonna dictate to all of us sitting up here. And I'm tired of it. I sit here and I watch everything that's going on. I hardly ever say a word. But when you're sitting here and you're hearing the little comments here and there, and you never stop on Councilwoman Worthing, you never stop.
Scared her.
But yet you want to put the residents out.
That you work for.
This chamber belongs to the residents.
Yeah!
You can't control them. And yeah, I got upset, and I'm going to continue to get upset because I'm going to stand with the residents.
Go, girl.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Yeah, Madam Chair. I wasn't even in the room. So I can't be blamed for this, but I've been blamed for a whole lot of stuff wrong. And that's okay, I got thick skin, I can polish it. They talk much. But I'm already listening to what's going on. I'm gonna show you an example of what happened when I did come in the room. And I want folks who ain't really been here watching to hear what I'm going to say. I went in the room and head broke loose or something, but when I came back in the room, the highest privilege motion under council rules, the highest privilege motion under Robert's rules is point of order. When you say point of order, all talking should cease, and the chair should say, what's your point? That didn't happen. She said, we in a pause. And then she did 3 more other people and they ain't come back to me yet. Did y'all notice that? Yes. My point of order was to see what was going on. I'm the senior council person. Been here for 10 years and the chair treats me like a peon and talks off the roof. Not just to me. But that's why I come up with the term irritation. Discrimination and different treatment has no place on this council. It has no place in our society. Don't discriminate against me in favor of Ms. Worthy repeatedly. That's why I use the term handkerchief head. Look it up. It ain't a bad cuss word. It's what it is. And so I see it in every meeting. Been seeing it for 4, 5, 6 months. And then people condone that. That's why we're looking at you close, Mr. Jack. We know Worthy gonna vote lockstep. We've seen Quincy Liddell vote lockstep. I was proud of Mr. Murphy today. He didn't vote lockstep. On a warning to me and it moved to be the law. Y'all gotta quit condoning wrongdoing. You gotta quit condoning discriminatory treatment. Because if we don't, as a majority of council, you perpetrate that. We used to say when I was third vice president of the NAACP, those who are quiet and say nothing on wrongdoing is just as wrong as the wrong. That's right. God bless us all.
Anyone else like to speak on this?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Worthy?
It is very hard to hear what's going on when we have audience members screaming out, and it's been constant and very loud. And no, we cannot control their behavior because they are adults, but what you can do is give them a warning, and then they must leave if they cannot be quiet. That is the rules. There's nothing funny about it. There's no need to scream, insult others about it. It's just what it is. And if you were being the one screamed at, you would have a problem with it. But it's because it's a political enemy of yours that you defend this atrocious behavior, and let's just call that out. These are political games. People are brought here to these meetings that support Eric Gaines and others. And they are here to cause chaos, scream at us, harass us because they don't like us trying to get the business done. I'm calling it out.
So anybody who here for Eric Mays, that's what they here for? That's what they here for?
That is the 3rd time I spoke to you. So,
You don't even know who you talking to no more.
and Mr. Mitchell, please.
Nobody not your kids' game.
Go again. Go again.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Through you, Ms. Worthy, do you think people support right or wrong or irritating?
Y'all think y'all is, bro.
That I have these people come or they say you're talking about right or wrong?
I'm reclaiming my time. So, I don't bring supporters, and again, these Quintus colleges shouted
You
at
got
me.
no supporters.
Again,
Nobody supporting what
They're
you
your
do.
supporters, she said. I tell them not to come because of people like you who are consuming
People like you. Nobody support Evil Worthy.
People like you. 27.2, cannot become argumentative. Yes, excuse me, and she's talking while I'm talking.
She always trying to argue with that man.
She cannot become argumentative. She called Ms. Ewens.
What type of people?
What
type of people, right? What type of people?
She needs to get a warning.
Exactly.
So, Ms. Worthy, according to 27.2, you cannot argue with residents. And residents cannot yell out.
That's not
So, proceed.
Please stop my time.
Give a shit on purpose.
Throughout this meeting, many have said warn this wording. I've not said anything, but then my colleagues over there have been talking this whole time during the meeting, sighing and saying things, and yet they say, warn Miss Worthing. My name comes up a lot for me to just be sitting here trying to just do the work. Again, this is orchestrated. This is a bullying tactic to try to support TikTokers. TikTok money.
Anyway.
Mr. Hayes is making money off of this chaos, and that is disgusting. And he uses audience members to come in.
What money?
So that he can earn more money on TikTok.
What money? What money he earning on TikTok? Let me know.
Order in the chambers. Order in these chambers. If we can't have order in the chambers, then we will ask or continue to order to leave. If you want to remain in this meeting as a spectator, we demand order in these chambers.
You're not the judge, gang. You're not no judge, gang. Nobody respect you.
What a sad day that Flint is known for its chaos, dysfunction.
Now you about to call us ghetto again. Come on. Come on.
Get arrested. Metcalf, could you please come to this side of the audience so we can have order in the chambers? Mr. Wilson is encouraging them to break quorum. Please do not yell out, Mr. Wilson. Order.
Oh, no.
What? First of all, you're breaking Rule 27.2. You cannot become argumentative with the audience.
She thinking she got a gavel. She thinks she a judge. You're not a judge, gang.
You are being
You're not nothing.
Give yourself a warning.
Your name is not Judge Liddell Lewis.
Yourself.
It's not.
You have a justified opinion from you.
Again, back to you, Ms. Worthing. Please proceed, 30 seconds.
Thank you. I'm saddened that this is what the city has been reduced to, chaos, dysfunction, and it's purposeful. My colleague cannot speak her mind because people are shouting at her constantly. And they're trying to make her look like a bad chair, because they don't like that she will keep the meeting in order. And again, Eric Maines is making money off of you in this city by purposely creating chaos. That's disgusting.
So, anyone else want to say?
He ain't said nothing.
This meeting, so, for real, your tone, voice, Councilman, William Carter, it ain't what you say, it's how you say it. And even, I'm sitting here listening to the audience, the young man in the gray, on the front row. I never, ever hear him. I hear, the young lady in the front, and I also hear the young man in the front all the time. And I know if I hear them, you guys hear them. And when we conducted ourselves in a meeting, it is not appropriate for the, I even hear people on this side. If you up here, you're saying things that they don't agree with, they in the audience, and our chairperson is only trying to keep control of the council meeting. And I don't understand how y'all have a problem with the chair trying to keep some order. If I hear it, I know the chairperson here. And sometimes the chair people, I be like, dang, did y'all hear you chair? So you got to conduct yourself. So how can you sit up here and chair a meeting and then you constantly hear people in the front saying things? Because I hear y'all. Brother, y'all think we don't hear y'all? We do. I know we hear y'all. I hear them over there. And we just constantly hearing them while we up here trying to conduct a meeting. But it's okay for them to sit up there and be making comments in the audience, and we're supposed to be okay with that. No, if whoever the chair, whether she be the chair tonight or don't be chair, whoever chair we got to have control of these meetings. Other than that, we're going to still be sitting here waiting the city council with me yet, because we sitting up here dealing with these petty situations that we're dealing with now, because y'all don't want the chairperson to check the audience when they out there talking and get the blind eye. It don't work like that. And then when she trying to check the audience, you trying to check her, and then you raising your voice so loud. It ain't what you say, it's how you say it, and you don't have to talk so loud when you making your point across. That's what I'm saying.
So Councilman Murphy, what are you doing right now?
Talking like a little girl.
My voice is loud.
Thank you very much. We are in the morning, city council meeting starting at 5:00. When we start the city council meeting, I'm supporting
Anyone else like to speak?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
according to Rule 27.2, during any portion of any meeting, council members may not engage in any type of argument or discourse with members of the audience at any time for any reason. You failed to warn yourself, you failed to warn Ms. Worthy, both of you should receive the warning.
Failed, Ms.
You're not an effective chair. We've been here for 4.5 hours. You're rude, you're mean, you're disrespectful, and you are. You make little moves with your eyes and things. Your colleagues don't respect you because you took money from Ashley Capital. I know. That is very good to you. You're not ethical. And of course, Councilman Murphy wouldn't have any problems with what you talking to the audience or you making, whatever you do, because he has no problem when you taking money from Ashley Capital.
He got 15 too.
So when we talk about you want to go off on the audience, you throughout every time you choose to weaponize the police against the residents. You do it every meeting. It's what you do. And I'm going to urge you and advise you to not keep going after our rail. He is protected by the American with Disabilities Act, and you need to understand that. You have to provide every single body. You can't do that. When you get that cluster, take back a 5-minute recess. Ask Judy or Dennis or one of these chairs who can take over if you become overwhelmed. But what you have shown, which is consistent in how you chair, you can't chair. You can't chair. It doesn't matter what evil word it says. You went to that person's number, she should have got a warning. You should have warned yourself. Are you okay with it?
You can't block. Is this yours? You can't block.
I'll
wait.
I have to enforce.
Keeping it right there. That's where I'm always at. You don't get out my face.
So yes, Councilwoman from Carson can say, because week after week, every meeting you chair, you're throwing out the
You
resident.
can tell me where I can go. I'm right here every week. I'm always right here. Walk the other way.
It doesn't make it right.
There's 5 aisles you can walk in a different aisle.
You're not even turning her call. So when we talk about not having a chair, you don't need the chair because it's going to be a dumpster fire. But okay, that is not time to burn a sign.
You walk all the way over here to come.
That's not me. You're signing when you say future sign. I mean, we talk about what's happening up here. So much going on here, it's just ridiculous. I want to Every single time you break that rule. Every time. You need to remove this chair, period. And I hope my colleagues will come to time. They don't
Anyone else would like to speak next? Mr. Carter.
I hope the pastors that did the press conference realize what we're dealing with. And I love how my colleague in the ninth ward is so innocent. If you innocent, Jeffrey Dahmer was a vegetarian. Talk about discourse. You literally got into it with the young lady in the first row. What are you looking at? We want to point out talk that we disagree with, or don't disagree with. But someone you agree with, you have to put the earplugs in. And for the record, sharing is one of the most stressful but greatest opportunities we have as a city to move the city forward.
Right.
The record will show every meeting that I have chaired, I've never thrown an audience member out. I've removed one person from the meeting for argumentative discourse, and that was a council person in the ninth ward. I've never given the person in the first ward a warning, the second ward a warning. I've never given any of those folks a warning. Because it's all about sharing and being able to talk with folks and have argumentative discourse without interruption and absolute chaos.
Here we go.
What are your requests for information?
My question for the councilman in the youth ward is insulting your colleagues and telling them that they're going to be at National Cheeseburger Day at McDonald's, is that?
That's an invalid request for information.
Point of order. Please stop this time. Madam Chair, National Cheeseburger Day is not valid, it is not, and you have got to warn her. That is a warning.
She asked.
Oh, man. Man's asked a question earlier.
So, Mr. Pfeiffer, he can either answer or he can proceed.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Metcalf, what a stressful job you have.
I appeal the ruling of the chair of the city. I appeal the first after consistency one. Finish word, so I appeal your decision.
All right, so, going back to, is there a second?
Madam Chair.
All right. Second by Ms. All right, to go back to the first speaker for Mr. Carter's morning. Mr. Pfeiffer, you speak.
I said what I said about this appeal. We want to hold the audience to a different standard, but we have a set of rules in front of us. They don't. There was no reading of disorderly person subsection before this meeting. No. The rules aren't posted back there. Some folks may know our rules, some folks may not. We're holding everybody up to a higher standard, but we're not giving them the tools to succeed. until we post the rules back there, that we're expecting them, that holding them up to their to our standard, then I don't understand how we can continue to throw out our tax-paying citizens that pay our council salary and voted us in. That, to me, is a derelict of duty on our part.
All right, anyone else in the first round and all round, when we try to speak?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Michelle.
So, what's been asked in this meeting several times is that the audience refrain from yelling. It's been asked several times. I say this with the understanding that emotions are heightened and passions are running. I feel like with Ms. Winfrey Carter, that is what happened. She was upset, her emotions were running high. I do agree with Mr. Murphy. It was the way you said how you were yelling and all that, how you got loud. I do agree with that. But then I also agree with the fact that it's gotta go both ways. The audience has been asked several times to refrain from yelling out. This is a professional meeting.
Is it?
You have to, see?
Is it?
See? You say don't put you out.
Y'all don't know the rules though.
The reality is that we have to be professional. We have to act with some decorum. You go to watch city council meetings from all over the country. There are rules. There are rules for how the council must behave. There are rules for how the audience must behave.
Y'all don't follow the rules that y'all enforce.
Is the thing. You're yelling out right now. As I'm sitting here trying to defend your right to be impassioned, but at the same time, it's hard to defend if it keeps happening. I get it. Y'all are upset. There are things up here happening that you do not agree with. After this meeting, we have a regular council meeting where you have another opportunity to come to that podium and let it rip once again. And I am all for your right to do that. But during these meetings, and the honest truth is there have been a lot of times where y'all have been yelling out and nothing was said. Nothing was said. Like, at the end of the day, the reality is everybody has to conduct themselves better, audience included. And I get exactly where Ms. Winfrey Carter was coming from in the sense that she's upset that she feels like the residents were not being heard, or she felt like the rules were not being firmly applied to everybody. The rules do have to be firmly applied to everybody. The rules do have to be firmly applied to everybody. The rules do have to be firmly applied to everybody. This warning could have been dropped and we could have moved on. The rules do have to firmly apply to everybody. The rules do have to firmly apply to
Keep
everybody.
saying that. They don't.
So we have a request for information.
Yes, sir.
I was just gonna say, can you say that one more time?
I was going to say it one more time anyway, because it's back at the audience. The rules do have to be firmly applied to everybody. So this is one of those situations where we split the baby. Audience, please respect what's going on up here. Please refrain from yelling out as much as possible. I get it. After this meeting goes, you have another opportunity, another council meeting to go ahead and let it rip. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? All right, so seeing that there is no one else, I'll go ahead and speak. Our council, our charter sticks to, you must have decorum. Calling Ms. Winfrey Carter, she began yelling, and she knew that she was yelling. She told me to give her a warning. I did exactly as she instructed. I gave her a warning. And then she appealed the ruling of the chair. I'm not harping on anyone. I don't want to see anyone ejected. But what we need to see is we need to see people following the rules. And one thing that we do know is just like kids know in school, you do not yell out unless your teacher calls on you, or unless you're doing an activity that requires everyone to yell out. Ms. Michelle, she said it very succinctly. This is a professional body. Regardless of contrary belief, this is a professional body, and we must conduct ourselves likewise. And for those that come to participate with this professional body, you must be held to the same standard. I didn't kick the lady out because my resident out for no reason. What I did was I brought her to order. She refused to get in order. She began to argue and yell at me. You all, this is like identity politics. Whatever this chair does, I get attacked. The fact that this chair is upholding the rules, I'm getting attacked. We have to make sure that we are in order. Anything else is uncivilized. So for the audience, I warned the audience several times. And I also stated that according to our rules, it says that if the council member, you're not recognized according to Rule 28.1, you cannot speak aloud. That means you're causing a disturbance. If you cause a disturbance, you're being disorderly. According to the disorderly person subsection, you are audience member as well as council member. If you receive one warning for being disorderly. The second time you are brought to order for being disorderly, that is removal, and that is under our city code subsection. So no one is removed from this meeting without receiving their second warning. Council member and audience members alike.
Request information.
What is your request?
Is our people that you not applying it equally among council members in the audience see that? Do you understand me saying you ain't doing an equal application of that?
That's not proper.
Oh, no. That's how it's going, right?
The points of order plus the information they are using to find out information that you don't know otherwise is improper. So, with that being said, it is very unfortunate that we are here. And I hope everyone is witnessing what is happening. So, with this being said, a yes vote will overturn the ruling of the chair. A no vote will uphold the ruling of the chair. In giving Ms. Winfrey Carter her requested warning. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
No.
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes. The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. The ruling of the chair is overturned. So next, we are on the motion to remove me from chair of special affairs and from council meeting. And so, in the second fight,
We have another people.
you are right. It was an appeal. It was an appeal of the ruling of the chair for not warning this word. Okay. All right. So there's an appeal. The ruling of the chair for not warning this word. And seconded by Ms. Burns. So go ahead.
The Madam Chair, sometimes you have to take time. Some people might call it a waste of time when we do these appeals. But the only way to educate the community and ourselves is to do these appeals. And so for months and months, we've been saying, you gotta warn this word that just as you warned me. You gotta rule that this word is points of orders and points of information are out of order, just like you say mine are. Because I really don't believe they do be out of order, more so than others. And it's a pattern. It's a pattern. And it ain't a cuss word. You a handkerchief is. Now, Miss Worthy can shake her hand, but you cling to her for favor proposed. And I will say, Mr. Patrick, you, in my opinion, had been voting wrong with it, just as Candace Brissette had. She voted right on this one. And people got the right to vote right and wrong. But when your eyes open up and you really look at what's going on, there's got to be an equal application of the rules. You can't keep throwing black folks out and let white folks get away with murder. You can't throw white folks out and let black folks get away with murder. It ain't about black and white, it's about wrong and right. You gotta do an equal application of the rules, don't you? Go this council off balance and you rile up the vote. Madam Chair, if you wrong, you gotta admit I'm out of order. I'm not recognized as points of order. You've done that tonight. That's out of order. You should have your first warning. You get out of order intentionally or unintentionally. But it's clear, I said point of order, you had to take back to me yet. You get frustrated. It's difficult to take, but y'all wanted these in your first year. You wanted to throw me out and say I didn't talk about it. Now you know it's different. This ain't a on-the-job training. This is real counseling. Multi-million-dollar business. Discriminatory action. Me, because we ain't gonna put up with it. We've been in the civil rights movement. I know we ain't gonna turn our back on a fight here for equality.
All right, anyone else would like to speak in the first round?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Piper.
Yep. I think the councilwoman in the seventh word stated correctly that they have to be, the rules have to be applied equally. And your constant and consistent refusal to warn colleague in the ninth ward is ridiculously obvious. And that's the problem, and that's what riles up the audience, that's the double standard that everyone is seeing. When you have rules, you can't, you want to throw some things out before we got the public speaking today for doing a request for information. But when the colleague of the ninth board does it, you might give her after you get called out, you give her that's proper, but you may not want to give her something else, but I don't think you've ever given her a warning. So when we talk about the double standard and the way that you chair, it's obvious that you only target certain people or certain members of council. And maybe I was blind to that in the past, but maybe the illegal contribution.
What is illegal contribution?
So, this is why there's a motion after this for moving to chair, because you want to pick and choose who you want to apply the rules to. And that's not the way it should go. If I'm out of order, I should be called. I should be given one, the same as any other my colleagues. For the most part, I vote on decorum issues the way that I feel the decorum issue was violated. And right now, it's hard to hold members accountable for decorum when one of the biggest violators is the chair.
Yes.
So, I will be voting against the chair, and hopefully
would like to speak on the show?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Worthing?
it's really funny that Mr. Pfeiffer said misconduct when he called you a name at the last meeting. Never did apologize.
Point of request for information. Request for information. Do you realize you called me a name? You called me ghetto. Did you apologize for that? Whether you said ghetto or she acted ghetto, you didn't apologize.
No, and you didn't apologize.
And you telling the folks that's why they
So I'm still waiting. It's really funny that Mr. Pfeiffer, he really likes to look like he's so professional. And yet he's been on social media insulting all of his colleagues.
That's what your fat ass do all day, bitch.
What relevance does that have to pertain to this?
She's teaching him.
Again, here we are, we're staying in and let's just call this where we are, just so we can go forward with some clarity. The same relevance that has is the same relevance you talk about me taking illegal campaign funds. So you gotta be fair. So let her proceed to speak. So your point of order, I'm going to deny it because if that's the case, you were out of order too, as well as other colleagues for saying that. And honestly, that's an improper rule. You don't supposed to vote back. You don't supposed to refer to back into the item. But nevertheless, the point is, you said, what does that have to do with this motion? The same thing you had to do with it when you brought it. What's your point?
Was made during the resolution to suspend and protect the funds?
We were talking about the legal procedural charter, and that's when you made the comment. So, point of order denied, back to Mrs. Burton.
Thank you. Many like to dish it out, just can't take it, it comes back to them, it's constant. Not that I'm here to do that, because here we are, getting nothing done, and we heard residents say, just name calling, yelling, not getting things done, it's not productive, and what time is it? 9:30. We've not even gotten to city council. I don't know how this city is going to move forward. If we cannot just, and they're shouting out again, if we cannot.
What is your request? Madam Chair, they might have said something they was not shouting. We realized that Ms. Burton, that was not shouting. That's to her not.
Mr. May, that's the problem. Let us proceed. Go ahead.
And then there's constant interruptions, but then other people are blamed for them. It's maddening. We get nothing done. It's embarrassing. And to have professional people here, like Dr. Mona, that have to put up with this type, it's like embarrassing. I don't know how people can sit here with professionals, sitting here trying to improve this city, trying to help us. And we are here to call names, scream at others. There's not much to defend there. We've not got to any business. So, I'm gonna ask this again. What is your purpose on being on this council? Is it for political points? Is it to be famous? Or is it to get the work of the city done? Because I don't see the business getting done. And so if you're part of that, then you're the problem. I want to vote on issues, not people of personalities. I'd like to get through a meeting without screaming. This is beyond any classroom. This would not happen in any school and be tolerated. So let's do better.
You in school?
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Brown?
Thank you. So this limitless loyalty is ridiculous. Do not apply the rules evenly nor fairly, and that's why. And that's why your meetings are so out of control. You're out of control. If the audience or the members of the community start being fair, they're going to be outraged. Your behavior is outrageous.
Ridiculous.
When the word called the black women on the council ghetto, she called the first floor residents a cult. You actually took the Facebook, and I'm gonna read what you wrote. Because these are in your words. You said you don't ever do this. You're not a true, a factual person. Let's second word. And you said this to another person who says racist comments all the time. You deal with racists like the same person who called my daughter a monkey. So y'all have to be forever. So Tracy Whitley says, let's second word says, Tracy Whitley always in gaslighting makes it a racial issue when it's not. Point is, she continued to break the rules by unlawfully taking the floor. Then was just pointing towards the word and saying, today is going to be your day. Totally out of control. That could be interpreted as incorrect. Then Eva stood up, which was out of order, and began going back and forth with Burns. If calling their game makes me a handkerchief head, I will wear it with pride. Do better. You call yourself a handkerchief head. You keep protecting this one who is a clear racist. Something is so very wrong with you. So very wrong. You want to try out here, you saw my daughter's picture, that they put her wedding picture. You can't make some silly little comment. What you did not do was denounce it. If your child was on this job, you know I would have defended you. You go back and work with this crazy lady, and that makes you part of the problem. We get work done when you're not here and you're not here. She wasn't here. She is a problem. And you feed off that. You can't detach yourself from it. And it's unfortunate because you could have the capability to be a great chair, but you're not. All your meetings result in a dumpster fire. You can't say I'm a victim, but then say I'm a handkerchief head. Which one is it? You said you proud. But you defended her for calling black people ghetto. And she did acknowledge it. And for the record, I never called the press about her calling people ghetto. I don't know what she called it, but I still don't have that much time.
Hey, they looking at the ceiling.
It look like it is. They're not. You gotta look down there. It's because I'm.
Well, she called me a narcissistic asshole also in front of the city attorney. So her little mouth is wild.
Hold on. So, Mr. May, that was what I was making. Then I have to talk about it.
Do you remember? That was a quick inquiry to Ms. Parker. It had nothing to do with you. You know,
You have to be
Again, you do not apply the rules to Ms. Worthing, you do not apply to yourself, which makes you a very poor leader and to chair. We can't lead or follow you if you don't know how to lead.
Anyone else would like to speak on this?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Listen, to my colleagues, I'm just going to listen to you guys go back and forth. And I would encourage all of you to be posted about each other on Facebook. God is spending a lot of time on, I'm sitting up here listening to y'all and learning stuff that I didn't know that colleagues done posted about other colleagues on Facebook, and it's just ridiculous. And it's getting out of control, and now it's spilling into city council, and here we are in city council talking about Facebook.
Aside from Facebook, but you've been here for months watching some of this stuff, ain't you?
They ain't gonna say nothing.
All I'm saying is, y'all
She worked for the mayor.
Paul Hager said, is what I'm about to post on Facebook. Is this uplifting my county or is it tearing them down? And even if y'all see somebody posting about one of y'all colleagues on Facebook, why are y'all even commenting on it? And even if y'all comment or y'all see something, you know, somebody told me about a post that my colleagues in the 9th Ward, the 8th Ward posted, and I said, no, that's not his spirit, that's not his moral, that's just not who we are as a person. I just couldn't see myself. One thing you won't ever see me do, and I have not done since I've been on city council. You do not see me posting on Facebook on things that people say about me because they talk about Jesus so damn. And I understand that I'm in a position that people may not always agree. And I look at things and when people say, when I ran for office, I knew this was coming my way. So if somebody's saying something about me and I don't agree with it, I'm not gonna go on Facebook. They have a right to not agree with me and to make their post about what I won't do is if you won't see me, if somebody posting about Tanya or Jerry or Liddell or people, I'm not gonna like it. I'm not gonna comment on it. I'm gonna leave it alone because God still is my colleagues and we should be like a family. There's sticking up and supporting one another when we out here in the public. Instead, we sitting up here feuding with each other out on Facebook and bringing it back to city council. We still ain't got the business done because we're too busy talking about what somebody posted on Facebook. And we adults. This is ridiculous.
Anyone else would like to speak on this? Madam Chair,
I'm just gonna say this. You got to apply the rules fairly. You got to apply the rules equally. You got to apply the rules fairly. Thank you.
all right. Anyone else? So, seeing that there's no one else, I'll go ahead and, that's why, the ruling of the chair, saying that the chair did not warn Ms. Worthing. This is what we have here. For one, when Ms. Worthing was speaking, unfortunately, the audit member was speaking as well. And so, again, the onus is on the council member not to be argumentative. At the same time, the onus is on for the council, for the audience member to be in order. So you can't yell out, and she can't yell at you. So it should be going both ways. And so,
Request for information.
Go ahead.
Is this an appeal about discourse with the audience, or is this for an improper request for information based on cheeseburger comment?
So this is the appeal of the ruling of the chair for not warning Ms. Worthing.
It was not warning her use of the previous motion, like you do us. It has nothing to do with the problem.
No, I didn't get the privilege over.
Yeah, I appeal because you would warn her when she interrupted with a really strong, that wasn't on point. Like if you were to ask me to appeal all the time, and it doesn't make it over that.
That's not a problem, not a problem. So I was the person that the ruling of the chair was appealed because she was talking to the audience member. That's where I thought it came from. However, so going back to what the appeal is that she used the improper request for information. I believe that request for information. And I think you said I didn't warn her. She asked Mr. Pfeiffer a question. She asked Mr. Pfeiffer a question. And the question was a valid question. Mr. Pfeiffer asked.
They think we kids, bro. They think we kids, bro. I swear. They think the police shut us up, kids.
We begin to get into muddy waters when we start doing requests for information. When you are purposely trying to take the floor. That's, if we read board 26.1 to 26.4. This is what we're saying. And then it says, using request for information as an opportunity, using a request for information as an opportunity to gain the floor is not allowed. Multiple abuses of request for information is called for disciplinary action. For one, she asked a question, and for two, that was the one time that she asked Mr. Pfeiffer. So the rule 26.4 says for multiple abuses of request for information is cause for disciplinary action. So therefore, the chair did not give her a warning for doing that, according to these council rules. So with that being said, if you want to overturn, go ahead.
Didn't you want Mr. Mays to one thing there?
They don't know what they're talking about, bro.
So, Mr. Mays was on utilizing his third point of order. So we have video to show. Please review it at your leisure. But what we're about to do now is vote. And so if you would like to overturn the ruling of the chair, please vote yes. That's fine. But if the chair did nothing wrong, according to rule 26.4, please vote no. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Worthing.
No.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah.
No.
I abstain because this is ridiculous.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat. No. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Those 4 years.
Talk shit. That's trying to get rid of that. Yeah.
4 years. No.
She always do that.
And so, now we are back to so now we're going to give me the motion to remove me from chair. And it has been moved from second. So go ahead and first round.
Madam Chair.
Mr. A.
Madam Chair, I don't know if it's gonna be 5 votes, but what's important, it ain't just removing you as chair of this special affairs. I'm understanding this chair of the council meeting as well. Now here we got 1, 2, only 3 resolutions. One of them has to do with Dr. Mona, Katisha Hamilton, and the other 2 has to do with you, Mr. Winston. I don't expect cooperation from you and Mr. Murphy. And Mr. Murphy, there's some good speeches you give and talk about Facebook, but you was dogging me out, and this dogging me out, calling me a disgrace, the council executive, you gonna be here. I've been here for 10 years.
AK code.
We don't have to water prices, emergency management, budget deficit. That ain't true what you said. You do. You and Miss Lewis condone each other's activity, tag team, back and right, left and right. So saying it to my face is worse than saying it on Facebook. So be careful being a hypocrite about what people should and shouldn't do with their colleagues, because you can dog me out repeatedly, it's recorded to my face. And then you keep voting condoning with certain votes. That's why I said anger speech. Now, this is, I don't expect for you to vote to suspend Ms. Lewis from chairing these meetings. We got stuff She wasn't here, Eva wasn't here. We caught all that work up because for 3-4 weeks prior, we was getting bogged down with us trying to throw council people and others out. And somebody said, or men, we gotta deal with the elephant in the room. We dealt with the term the elephant in the room, and we got the work done. And I know y'all heard about it, because y'all went here. Now, it don't matter to me if I have to be in council chambers for 2, 3 in the morning. Pastor Harris, I ain't embarrassed to tell you, but Pastor Mays knew we be out at 6 in the morning partying. What I care about being up to 2 in the morning, 11 to do the business of the city, Pastor Reed, is better than being out partying. Let nobody fool you about the length of meetings. Everything we do is a purpose for the future. When we address these appeals and different treatment, that's a purpose. When we do resolutions and bills up to multi-million dollars, that's a purpose. We wouldn't even be sitting in these seats if we didn't stop in our past and our experience to address civil rights and discrimination and different treatment. Don't let nobody fool y'all with that rhetoric, getting stuff done. Equal and fair treatment is part of American history for blacks to get stuff done. So Ms. Lewis, I don't vote to remove you from this meeting and the council meeting again. We can fly through this stuff, but we might not have 5 votes. Ms. Priestley removed herself from all of these important civil rights discussions, in my opinion. I mean, I know how to go back and forth. She sits back there with the woman trying to recall me. They got important business out there. That's that same trip, Pastor Harris, I seen on TV with you and Chris Martin, and she's standing in the bunch. They said they really together to talk about his use of the term monkey, and Chris Martin talking about houses and the deal gets towed down, and she's standing with that shirt. You gotta be careful who you roll with. That's right. We, the UAW, Democrats strong, they say Biden gonna be here tomorrow, Trump coming, but guess what? She said on the Republican Party executive. It means something to understand your community and politics. I don't see what we can get done.
Anyone else want to speak in the first round?
Thank you so much. My colleague in the first ward always loves to write my name out. One thing I want you to know, 2 things for certain. Councilman Murphy ain't worried about or scared on nothing that you got to think about me, in my opinion. And I ain't never been shy of hiding my feelings on how I feel about how you conduct yourself. I'm not going to be supporting this motion to remove Councilman Dr. Lewis, because the audience were just as bold as Dr. Lewis for trying to keep some order. Did she do everything right? No. Can she stay in room for improvement? Yes.
So, what did I do wrong?
Yes, like this, say like this. Get it now, Councilman Murphy. Anyway, I made that motion because you know what? Here it is, 9:52. Sometimes a chairperson
A chairperson's job is to keep everyone, the council members as well as the residents, engaged in the meeting. It should not be handled with a iron fist.
Call the police.
You know, it should be just move through with no interruptions. You should be fair. You should be actively listening to your colleagues. You should let your colleagues speak. You should, if they go over a millisecond of a minute, a second, or whatever, you should say, okay, can you wrap it up? I mean, you should give some type of latitude, but you don't.
Request for recusal. Mr. Whitaker, are you aware that I got called a slippery snake for asking members to come back to the show?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, and I thought that was in bad taste.
Request for information.
Because they don't know you're talking these young minds. They don't know that stuff. You say stuff like that. You're telling us you with these people. What?
Well, it was slithering something, but anyway. Yeah, it was slithering something, I don't know. But you know what? That's neither say or nay, whatever. I'm just saying, you know, we gotta get out of here.
We gotta get out of here, so we gotta wrap it up.
Is Mr. Pfeiffer out of order for calling that point of information?
You better not.
Are you out of order?
No.
And look how she always sit up and feed. It's white privilege, bro. The dad don't do it. Don't do that.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying, it has to be fair. It has to be fair. You have to facilitate the meeting fairly. And that's it. I'll be voting yes to remove the chair from special affairs as well as the council meeting so that we can get out of here.
All right, anyone else want to speak in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns.
removing you from chairing this meeting is essentially us having a meeting. And council members, you'll get in trouble. Never mind. And the chair is going to be subject to criticism because you're over the meeting, you're over this room, basically. And when audience members see you chair unfairly and the rules are not equally applied, you're going to have a problem. You show your colleagues no respect. You don't. Trying to appeal to your better sense of fair play has not worked in almost 50 years. It has not worked. You told us who you were, and we should have believed you, as Dr. Miangelo said. When someone shows you the first time, they got to believe them. You told us in this meeting, when you were going off at Mr. Dumas because he called your personal cell phone, and you told him you are not the same person when you are here as when you're out there. Here you get Dr. Lewis. You didn't know how he got your personal cell phone, but you know who called him. You're not a fair person. You're not a fair person. Even, and he's your president. You've warned him numerous times. You put Ms. May fill out she's your resident. You put Ms. Audrey Muhammad out. I mean, you were just going on, these are your residents. They're yours. And I would think that because they are registered voters, that you would show more latitude or be kinder to them. Because they're able to talk to their neighbors and friends about you. And just they can speak better to your character and to your integrity because they're in these council chambers. So when it comes to the colleagues, we're not going to get through this meeting because I don't care what you believe, you do not care for the morning. was stating that she wished that you had the courage to discipline her. And she tried to appeal to your better sense of foreplay. When Eva told you at the meeting that you could warn me it was worth it, because she had said some things with audience members with our kids. And you did not warn her then. So you can't expect everybody to sit up there and represent your yes, it's not happening. I'm not going to. And when we talk about Facebook, yeah, I'm too old for Facebook and all that. You can comment on stuff on me and this is shame. Even onto my daughter's picture, your comment was disrespectful. When she was called, and it was not speculative that she was called a monkey. My daughter was called a monkey. They put it across her picture. Put it across her picture. Then the little guy having an affair with Councilman Pfeiffer.
Look,
I mean, it just got bad. Then when you came on mine, because I spoke to you, keep putting my picture up and Councilman Carter's picture up, saying we abstained. My colleagues should vote. You took the picture that I put about the city. Now, two of those are in your board. I don't know how to, there is no, I gave up on you. Let me put, I gave up on you. I gave up on you a long time ago. And in the beginning, I didn't believe you. You know that. I gave up on you because you gave up on us. You decided to choose sides. It was more important to be a dictator. You write the nasty words all over Facebook. And I'm not the kind, you're not going to, when you hit me, I'm going to hit you back. You put my children up, oh, that's it. You didn't tell that woman that she should not have put up my daughter and her husband. You didn't do that because my daughter is married to a white man. I would open it up, I could care less. My great grandmother is white. So when you talk about things that you do, you come here like you got clean, you have dirty hands and muddy hands. You put our picture up and then accuse me of campaign violation and gifts. Then you had the other come up here and make a fool out of yourself. Then when I want to show you the receipt, you called me out of the work and gave me a warning as if you could hear way back here. Our conversation as I held my iPad in one hand and he said, my perfect manicured fingernail. And you've been taking that and running with it. But I did get my feelings as we did, just so you know, since y'all watching my fingernail. But you got to be fair. I don't know if someone can mentally pull you back, but I think until you figure it out, cheering isn't your thing right now. We need to have someone else cheering.
Anyone else in the first round?
There's a lot going on today. Mr. Murphy, when you made the comment about, me posting something, it's not my idea to post that. Would you believe that I posted that randomly and not without, having reasons? Because colleagues in the second ward and the ninth ward are posting during this meeting. In almost 2 years, you know that that's not my fault.
Point of information. Can Mr. Pfeiffer please state what he posted so we can truly discuss?
Thank you.
So, I hope that you realize that the person can only be pushed so far before they have to respond. Do you mind if I take that?
She keep interrupting. She ain't gonna do it.
Y'all, respect y'all. Almost 2 years I've never done it. I've never liked to comment. I've never done any of that while I've been sitting in this seat. So I hope that when you say that, you really know who your defenders are.
Request information. Well, did you do it?
Oh.
I've said on the record that I've done it.
Okay.
And I just said that I've done it on as a.
That's a popular question. It's small, bro.
Point of order.
What is it?
Can you warn yourself? You probably took the floor. This one can be removed. You took the foreign property. Did you do it? No.
No, I didn't hear it.
Oh, you don't.
This shit ridiculous, bro. That's like you got referees won't call a holding. The game gonna get out of hand eventually.
Get off of my phone. Hey, officer, he is back here assaulting me and tried to snatch my phone. He tried to snatch my phone out of my hand. I wasn't taking no pictures of you, and if I was, you don't know.
A 10-minute recess without objection.
Yeah. No, I'm going to name his information. You're not supposed to take pictures of nobody if they don't really
Smack the fuck out your ass. Grease your motherfucking scalp. That was worthy. It was worthy. Yeah. Look, now she wanna act like she the bitch. Don't come back. Senior Flint don't want y'all, gang.
Y'all sit up here and talk about the vision and all that other bullshit, and we gotta get together, unity and all that shit, and y'all be doing shit behind the scenes. Sitting up here supporting the damn bullshit. Having a press conference and all that other bullshit. And go somewhere with this shit. Then you up to the front door. You were the main one screaming all this before, man, when you sit
sitting up here burning up under all these
That's my councilwoman. I'm gonna stick by her.
But I'm your councilman.
I don't know.
Listen, give me another
I'm
hug.
third ward.
Listen, you can all listen. I'm the auditor. I'm like the councilwoman at large.
Attention. Nothing, bro. I just had my first son. Nothing. It ain't nothing to do around here. It's over. It's over.
I think it's gonna be over. That's broken. You might go shut it down.
This ain't no recess.
They probably don't get no more.
Yeah, sometime they.
I ain't heard nobody say recess, so I guess they broke.
Yeah, they probably gone. They probably done. No, I don't even think it's recess, y'all. I think it's over. They broke quorum or whatever. They started arguing. I don't think it's recess. I think they finna go. Let me see your shirt. Ooh-wee. They say I'm trying to rotate out of your video. I ain't trying to be in it. Yeah, I think it's about over with, y'all. I don't think they coming back. Everybody got their zooms and whams packed up. Look though, y'all see once they leave, don't nobody be mad no more. When they leave, everybody be cool. You said I'm famous? Huh? No, that ain't. I see that. That ain't me, bro. That ain't me. I just seen that today. I said he making money off this. That's not me. Hell no, that ain't me. Oh God, y'all always be here though. Yeah, I be in all the little halls. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. I know. I just seen that. See you later. Oh God, bro. Look, when I type in Eric Mays, he the first nigga pop up. Yeah. I thought you was him. That ain't him. No, that ain't me. So I'm about to report dog. I don't even know who that is. He been doing that before I was doing this.
I called Mr. Mays one day.
That's probably why they think he make money off of it, because he don't make no money off of it. That be other people doing that. I am, but I ain't AK Cole.
Do you recall? I called from Pumpkinville to talk to him to tell him about the YouTube channel because I was seeing everybody was stealing his content.
Yeah, bro, they stealing content, bro.